Chapter 854. Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai were flustered. 10 years ago, when their Purple Sky sect was bullied by the people of the Heavy Sword sect, no one else came to pick a fight with them. In recent years, their Purple Sky sect had been developing rapidly, and many forces had been on good terms with them. They really couldn't figure out which expert had invited their Purple Sky sect to cause trouble, and why had they chosen their wooden flag peak. Both of them were wondering if this was the fault of their sect's disciple. No matter what the reason was, they could only bite the bullet and calm the other party down first. However, before the two of them could reach Ling Xiao, Ji Beixin had already taken the lead and stood in front of them. Beixin greets the two elders. Ji Beixin and Ling Xiao were both high-level celestial masters, but she didn't put on any airs in front of Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai. She greeted the two of them with a bow. Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai hurriedly stopped and looked at the elegant and refined woman in front of them. Ji Beixin's appearance hadn't changed much, but with the improvement of her strength and the influence of several years in a big family like the Feng family, her temperament was different from the past. In the past, she could only be described as a beautiful and delicate woman, but now she was like a typical noble princess, elegant and graceful. There was a big difference between the two. Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai had seen Ji Beixin before, but they couldn't recognize her at first glance. If Ji Beixin hadn't told them her name, they wouldn't have thought that Ji Beixin would have changed so much. "So it's you, little girl," Mu Huai said happily, then his eyes fell not far behind Ji Beixin. Xiao Songlin had also been paying attention to the situation over there. "Xiao is back." The two of them couldn't help but exclaim, their old eyes filled with excitement. "Well, don't disturb him first, he doesn't have any bad intentions," Ji Beixin replied. They knew Ling Xiao, and they also knew the relationship between Ling Xiao and Xian Li. Of course, they believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't harm Xian Li. After all, Xian Li was his disciple. The two of them paid attention to Xian Li's situation, and their eyes flashed with joy. "I've grasped the fluctuations of spiritual energy. If one wanted to become a true king rank expert, then one must know how to grasp the utilization of spirit energy and transform the spirit energy in the surroundings into an attack. Only then could one be considered to be a truly formidable martial artist." Xian Li had a pure wood attribute physique. He had always been very focused on cultivation, hoping to catch up to the others one day. Mu Huai also put in all his effort to train him. Before Ling Xiao left, he also left many wood attribute elixirs and spirit herbs for Xian Li. That was how he grew to the peak of the spiritual master realm in a short 10 years. At this time, the dozen or so king rank experts from Wooden Flag Peak hurriedly appeared. Mu Huai had no choice but to stop them. "Don't be impulsive. Disperse. My disciple Ling Xiao has returned." When the elders of the Wooden Flag Peak heard this, their faces were filled with joy. They all knew of Ling Xiao, and most of them had received favors from Ling Xiao. "So it's Elder Ling Xiao. What's he doing? He's making such a big commotion. His strength doesn't seem to be any weaker than the Peak Lord and the Grand Elder. No, I feel that he's even more terrifying than the Grand Elder. I didn't think that in a short 10 years, Elder Ling Xiao would have advanced to such a level. He's too monstrous. He's truly a blessing to our Wooden Flag Peak and the Purple Sky sect." That's right. When he left to travel, he was already at the middle stage of the king rank, and he was a rank 4 alchemist. Perhaps he's a rank 5 alchemist now. If that's the case, our Purple Sky sect will have its first high-level alchemist. All the Lord's strengths will have a qualitative leap. Don't quarrel. Elder Ling Xiao seems to be doing something to Xian Li. He seems to be helping him break through to the king rank. What a great greeting gift. At this time, the elders of the various peaks had arrived. Xiao Songlin hurriedly went to stop them so that they wouldn't disturb Ling Xiao for now. Many of the elders present had basically recognized Ling Xiao, and their faces flashed with pleasant surprise. Especially Sect Master Yin Xiong. The joy on his face was the strongest. Yin Xiong had always felt guilty about what had happened 10 years ago, and he'd almost caused his daughter to miss out on her marriage with Ling Xiao. Fortunately, the misunderstanding had been cleared up, but he knew that Ling Xiao had always had a knot in his heart. Now that Ling Xiao had returned, he had to make Ling Xiao stay, even if he had to leave the position of sect master to Ling Xiao. After all, The strength that Ling Xiao had displayed was too terrifying. As long as he presided over the Purple Sky sect, it wouldn't be a problem for him to ascend to a rank 7 sect in the future. Yin Xiong's thoughts were admittedly good, but if the people of the Central Territory knew of his thoughts, they would probably laugh themselves to death. They would all curse Yin Xiong for being an idiot. Would the dignified palace master of the proud smiling palace sit in the position of a rank 8 sect master? Bing Ruoshui quietly arrived in front of Yin Xiong and bowed slightly. Ruoshui greets master. Before leaving the Purple Sky sect, Yin Xiong had taught her for a period of time, and the two of them did indeed have a master-disciple relationship. Yin Xiong looked at Bing Ruoshui in surprise and exclaimed softly, "Ruoshui, you came back with Elder Ling?" Only now did he realize that his daughter didn't seem to be here, and for a moment, he became slightly flustered. Could it be that Meng Qi? Yin Xiong didn't dare to think too badly. "Yes, junior brother Ling and I returned to the sect to pay our respects to master," Bing Ruoshui replied. Back then, she had a great deal of resentment towards Yin Xiong for disregarding morality and marrying the heavy sword sect. Although her resentment had faded quite a bit, she wasn't as passionate as before. Yin Xiong didn't care about Bing Ruoshui's attitude. Right now, he was only concerned about his daughter's whereabouts. He asked, "Ruoshui, didn't Meng Qi come back with you?" Back then, Yun Meng Qi had been taken away by Yin He from the heavy sword sect's territory. Yin Xiong had learned of this from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had also said that he had gone to the Central Territory to find his daughter, but now that his daughter had disappeared, he couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. After all, there were dangerous struggles everywhere, and no one could guarantee that they would always be perfect. When Yun Meng Qi was mentioned, Bing Ruoshui's expression became unnatural. She didn't know how to answer Yin Xiong's question, so she could only push it onto Ling Xiao and say, "Senior sister really didn't come back with us. As for the specifics, junior brother Ling will tell you later." Hearing this, Yin Xiong became even more worried. However, seeing that Ling Xiao was seriously working on something, he was too embarrassed to rush over and ask Ling Xiao for an explanation. Ling Xiao, who was in front of him, had already completely controlled the space 100 meters below him. In this space, a large amount of wood attribute spiritual energy had already gathered, and it wrapped around Xianli layer by layer. Sun Xiaonan had already been sent to the side by him. Ling Xiao did this because he wanted Xianli to take the opportunity to break through to the king stage. After all, Xianli had already sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy and could slightly control some of it. With his pure wood attribute physique, he was originally more sensitive to wood attribute spiritual energy than others, so he simply added a large amount of wood attribute spiritual energy around him. Whether or not he could truly control it would depend on his luck. As the fluctuations on this side grew larger and larger, more and more people gathered on Wooden Flag Peak. Xiao Songlin had no choice but to let Yun Xiong speak and dismiss most of the people, leaving behind only the elders with the highest status in the sect. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. Above Wooden Flag Peak, there was still a large amount of spiritual energy lingering, and the peak had become incomparably moist. As the disciples of Wooden Flag Peak, all of them had the wood attribute, so they took the opportunity to obtain some water. Even though they were standing there, they could still obtain a large amount of spiritual energy and increase their spiritual power by a lot. This made them wild with joy. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried about ruining Elderling's plans, they couldn't wait to immediately sit down and fight to absorb the spiritual energy. Up in the sky, only Ling Xiao, who was protecting the spiritual energy, was watching the changes below. His comprehension is still a little lacking, but it should be soon. If he can't even break through like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to have a weapon in the future. Ling Xiao murmured. Back then, Ling Xiao could see that Xianli had a good temperament and a pure wood attribute physique, so he took him in as a disciple and let his master guide him. During these 10 years he hadn't fulfilled his duty as a master. Now he'd poured a large amount of spiritual energy around Xianli because he hoped that Xianli would be able to grasp the utilization of spiritual energy and break through to the king rank. If it was Ling Xiao himself in such an environment with so much spiritual energy around him, then he would absolutely be able to grasp the control of spiritual energy in a short period of time and break through to the king rank. Now a day and a night had passed, yet there was still no movement from Li. He didn't know how to utilize spiritual energy, and this caused Ling Xiao to be slightly disappointed. However, when he'd just finished speaking, there was finally movement from below. Li's eyes were closed while his palms danced about casually, and the spiritual energy around him started to revolve along with him. Li's palms danced faster and faster, as if he'd encountered something fun. A smile appeared on his face, and his movements grew larger and larger while the spiritual energy in the surroundings ceaselessly condensed towards him. In the sky, Ling Xiao finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Good kid, you finally grasped it. You aren't too stupid." Ling Xiao's talent was outstanding, and he had high requirements for his disciple. If it was someone else who could grasp the utilization of spiritual energy in a day and a night, they would probably be overjoyed. Countless people were stuck at the spirit master level and couldn't break through. With Ling Xiao's help, Li was able to grasp it in such a short period of time. This level of comprehension could be considered to be above average. Li was getting more and more proficient, and there was a huge change in his dantian. His strength was multiplying, and a large amount of spiritual energy gathered on his palms blasted upwards. Li had just become a king, and his full strength attack was extremely powerful. It was as powerful as the attack of a low-level king rank peak. This was mainly due to the abundant spiritual energy in the surroundings, which allowed him to reach this step. "You've just achieved a little, and you want to kill your master," Ling Xiao murmured with a faint smile. Chapter 855. A king rank expert could be considered as an expert in the Northwest, and he was a figure that any sect would attach importance to. However, martial artists with such strength could be found everywhere in the Central Territory. They could only be considered to have just taken the first step on the path of becoming an expert. They were middle and lower level martial artists in the Central Territory, and they were far from being experts. For a super expert at Ling Xiao's level, a king rank attack was not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao didn't need to resist Li's full strength attack at all, and the aura he emitted instantly dispersed the energy blasted by Li. However, Li's attack didn't stop completely. He didn't know that it was Ling Xiao who was above, and he thought it was an enemy that had come to attack. A high-rank profound weapon appeared in his hand, and with a loud shout, he flew up swiftly like an arrow. He didn't wait to see who the opponent was, and directly used the moon-severing sword technique to slash at Ling Xiao. Streaks of powerful green light shot out from all directions, causing the surrounding air to scatter to the sides. The saber force was quite powerful. When Ling Xiao saw Li use the moon-severing sword technique, he noticed that Li had grasped a bit of its essence. He knew that Li had certainly put in a lot of effort in cultivation, and his satisfaction towards Li rose a bit. "Since you're itchy, Master will play with you." Ling Xiao suppressed his strength to the state of low-rank king rank, and he raised a finger to meet the saber lights. When the surrounding elders of the Purple Sky sect saw Ling Xiao actually use his finger to meet Li's attack, they couldn't help but feel that Ling Xiao was too careless. After all, Li was a genuine king rank expert, and even an earthly emperor didn't dare to directly use his physical body to resist the attack of a king rank profound weapon with a high rank profound weapon. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbstruck. They saw Ling Xiao's expression was very relaxed, and his finger was like a high rank spirit weapon. He waved it casually, and the saber lights that Li blasted were dispersed by him. Li was also incomparably shocked. He had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao, and was about to slash Ling Xiao horizontally. It was also at this moment that he clearly saw Ling Xiao's face. "Master." Li paused and retracted his profound weapon. His eyes widened as he looked at Ling Xiao and exclaimed, "Master!" Ling Xiao's appearance hadn't changed at all from 10 years ago. The only thing that had changed was his temperament. Ling Xiao was the most grateful person in Li's heart. Without Ling Xiao, he was afraid that he would already be dead. How could he have the opportunity to cultivate like a normal martial artist, let alone the position of Purple Heaven Sect's chief true disciple? Ling Xiao could be said to be Xian Li's master and savior. No matter how much guidance Ling Xiao had given Xian Li, it would never change the position of Ling Xiao in Xian Li's heart. Suddenly discovering that the person in front of him was his master, it would be strange if Xian Li wasn't surprised. Don't make a fuss. Now that you have just broken through, you have to quickly familiarize yourself with using spirit qi to attack. You use all your strength to attack your master. Let me see if you have put in hard work these years. Ling Xiao said lightly. Then I ask master to take this move. Xian Li hesitated for a moment, but then he still listened to Ling Xiao's words. He had long known that his master was extraordinary. Although he was strong, the difference between him and his master was not small. Since his master had the intention to guide him, it was his honor. Xian Li used all his strength to make a move, and a sword light swept towards Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao suppressed his realm, his eyes and ears were extraordinary. He could see through Xian Li's flaws with a glance. His finger turned into a sword and pointed towards Xian Li's flaws. At the same time he shouted, "The upper body attack is not bad, but the lower body defense is wrong." Ling Xiao lowered his body to avoid Xian Li's sword light, and his finger pointed at Xian Li's thigh. Xian Li was not very flustered, and immediately changed his move to seal off Ling Xiao's path. At the same time, he also backhanded straight to Ling Xiao's middle. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with Xian Li's quick response. He used his finger to block the sword weapon, and at the same time, he leaned towards Xian Li's left shoulder. He said, "The left side is out of position, and you can't attack and defend at the same time. This is a deficiency." Xian Li was a little panicked. When he wanted to defend, Ling Xiao had already patted his left shoulder. Ling Xiao did not use his strength at all, just to let Xian Li know that he was lacking. Xian Li was a little anxious, and he began to raise his spirit to deal with Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, no matter how he attacked, in Ling Xiao's eyes he still found many shortcomings. Xian Li was also ashamed to realize the shortcomings of his previous practice, and many sword moves were perfected. The surrounding elders of the Purple Sky sect all stared at all of this with wide eyes. They were shocked by the strength of Ling Xiao's finger. He was actually able to directly knock on a high-grade profound weapon and nothing happened. Besides that, he'd actually only utilized a single hand to force Xian Li, who'd just attained the king rank, to be in dire straits. Such ability wasn't something that an ordinary person could accomplish. "Xiao, you've improved a lot this time," Mu Huai said with a satisfied smile. Xiao Songlin said from the side, "He has already far surpassed us old men. This Tenbin is really monstrous. I really don't know how he survived these 10 years. He must have suffered a lot." Mu En, who had also flown to their side, also exclaimed, "This kid can cause trouble wherever he goes. It seems like the Northwest is no longer in his eyes." On the other side, Yun Xiong, Su Jianfei, Zhao Mingyuan, Wen Haiyan, Nangong Chengle, and the others also discussed softly. Their faces were filled with joy, but there was also some reverence. After all, if it were any of them, it would be impossible for them to block that high-grade profound weapon with a single finger. After a few hundred moves, Ling Xiao discovered that Xian Li had already fused most of the moves he had practiced before. He immediately pushed him away and said, "All right, next I'll practice a little more and improve on my shortcomings. Then, I'll be able to achieve a perfect state of both offense and defense." Xian Li withdrew his move and took a few deep breaths. Then he knelt down heavily on the ground and said, "Thank you, Master, for your help." He finally understood why he was able to break through to the king stage in the past 2 days. Who else could the large amount of spiritual energy around him be other than his master? Now that his master had given him pointers on his moves, just these 2 things were enough to move him endlessly. He hadn't taught him for 10 years, but he had only taught him once, and it had already benefited him greatly. "Get up, you're not bad. In 10 years, you've reached such a realm. It's not in vain that your grandmaster has taught you." "I'm ashamed," Ling Xiao said somewhat embarrassedly. He didn't teach his own disciple anything, but he made him stay in the Purple Heaven sect. In his heart, he couldn't accept Xian Li's bow. "Greetings, Master Ling." Sun Xiaonan also ran over from the other side and bowed to Ling Xiao. It's Xiaonan, right? You've grown up so much. Your master is here too." I'll take you to see her later, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Then he flashed in front of Xiao Songlin Mu Huai, and Mu En bowed and said, "Greetings, Grand Master, Master and Martial Uncle." Mu Huai laughed loudly and heavily patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. Good boy, it's good that you're back." Xiao Songlin also revealed a rare expression of joy. "It seems that you've gained a lot in the past 10 years. Grand Master is deeply gratified." Mu En also said, "Xiao, now that you're back, stay here for a while. Everyone in my sect is thinking of you." Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Thank you for your concern. Xiao is fine." Mu Huai glanced at Yun Xiong, who was not far away, pulled Ling Xiao's hand and said, Come. How can you not greet the sect leader when you return to the sect?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still followed Mu Huai to Yun Xiong's side. He maintained the basic etiquette and said, "Greetings, sect leader Yun." His current power was much stronger than the Purple Heaven sect. With his status, taking the initiative to greet Yun Xiong was already lowering his status. If it wasn't for his master's face and Yun Mingqi's face, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to him. Everyone present knew that Ling Xiao had resentment towards the sect leader and many others, and they all felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. However, Ling Xiao's strength was there, so they didn't dare to say anything. Yun Xiong's first sentence was to ask, "Elderling, where is Mengqi?" He had once thought that Ling Xiao should be together with Yun Mingqi, but now that he only saw Bing Ruoshui and Ji Beixin, and no sign of his daughter, it would be strange if he wasn't worried. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and replied, "I haven't been able to find Mingqi all these years, and I don't know where she is now." Ever since he had taken over Wind Cloud City, he had started to release news for people to search for Yun Mingqi's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he had only found an unrelated woman with the same name and surname, and was not the Yun Mingqi he was looking for. He was also afraid that something bad had happened to Yun Mingqi. What did you say? You didn't find Mingqi?" Yun Xiong asked excitedly. "That's right, it's a long story. I've been looking for her for a whole 10 years. Ling Xiao sighed heavily. Yun Xiong's expression turned ugly. Just as he wanted to say something, Mu Huai said from the side, "Sect leader, if you have any questions, let's go inside first." Thus, everyone entered the main hall of Wooden Flag Peak. Ji Beixin took the opportunity to ask Mu Huai about her grandfather, Ji Tuesday. It turned out that Ji Tu was not in the mountain for the time being. He had gone out to handle some matters, and would be back soon. Only then did Ji Beixin relax. She had thought that something had happened to her grandfather, but he wasn't here. When they arrived at the main hall, Ling Xiao roughly explained Yun Mingqi's situation to Yun Xiong. Of course, he wouldn't tell Yun Xiong that he wanted to use Yun Mingqi as a cultivation furnace. He only said that he couldn't find the two of them at the Dark Water sect. The reason he said this was to calm Yun Xiong down, so that he wouldn't suffer a huge blow. "Sect leader, it seems like Mingqi is fine. She might be cultivating with her master somewhere. Maybe she will return to the Purple Sky sect to take a look after a while," Mu Huai said to Yun Xiong from the side. Ling Xiao sighed. The central region is vast and boundless. Trying to find a person is like finding a needle in a haystack. I also hope that Mengqi can return to the northwest as soon as possible. Yun Xiong glanced at Ling Xiao. He couldn't determine if what Ling Xiao said was true or false, so he could only think of it this way. "Oh right, Xiao. Do you still plan on leaving this time?" Xiao Songlin cut to the chase and asked. Chapter 856. Most of the people in the Purple Sky sect were still very happy about Ling Xiao's strong return. They all felt that their Purple Sky sect would soar again, and they might even have the opportunity to become a 7th grade sect. However, Xiao Songlin understood very well that since Ling Xiao was already a person who had seen the world, and his strength was already different from the past, could the Purple Sky sect still keep him in the northwest? Therefore, he asked this question, hoping to understand Ling Xiao's thoughts, so that everyone present could understand everything. Ling Xiao tapped his fingers on the armrest, looked at Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai, and said seriously, "Xiao, came back this time to take Great Master and Master to the Central Territory to enjoy a comfortable life." Everyone present was stunned, and then they all understood what Ling Xiao meant. It turned out that Ling Xiao wanted to take Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai to the Central Territory to live, and he had no intention of staying in the Purple Sky sect. How can this be? Elder Xiao is our Purple Sky sect's supreme elder, and junior brother Mu is the Peak Lord of Wooden Flag Peak. Without them, who will be at the helm of Wooden Flag Peak? Moreover, they still have the responsibility to protect our Purple Sky sect. Su Jiannan was the first to disagree. Yes, Elder Xiao and junior brother Mu can't leave so easily. They can understand Elder Ling's intention, but this is their route. Zhao Mingyuan said. The others looked calm, and from their expressions, they also didn't want Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai to leave. If Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai left, it would cause the Purple Sky sect to lose the support of two great earthly kings, which they didn't want to see. Xiao Songlin was silent for a moment, and then said with a smile, Xiao it's rare for you to have such filial piety. I've lived for many years, and I'm afraid I don't have many days left. I'd better stay here and retire. If your master is willing to go with you, let him go. It had been more than 600 years since Xiao Songlin entered the Purple Sky sect. He was now a high-level earthly king, and he still had a lot of lifespan left. If he could step into the celestial master stage, he would have more days to live. However, he knew that this step was difficult, and he didn't have the confidence to take that step, so he was a little moved by Ling Zhao's proposal, but he wanted to stay in the Purple Sky sect. There must be too many memories and emotions in the Purple Sky sect, making him reluctant to part with it. However, his disciple Mu Huai still had the potential to advance. If he could go to the central region to gain experience and improve his cultivation, it would be a good thing. On this matter, he made it clear that he did not want others to interfere with Mu Huai's decision. With Xiao Songlin's words, the others from the Purple Heaven sect heaved a sigh of relief. Grandmaster, you can still improve. If you stay, you'll only hinder your own growth, said Ling Xiao. With his current strength, he was not afraid of offending the many elders of the Purple Sky sect. In any case, his sense of belonging to the Purple Sky sect was not too strong. The only ones worthy of his nostalgia were the two old men in front of him. Some people start to forget their roots after going out and gaining experience. Su Jiannan mocked in dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Jiannan, saying indifferently, Su Peak Lord is right. Who was right and who was wrong will be judged by the public. If it wasn't for my master being soft-hearted and staying behind, do you think I would still be here? You think too highly of you. After saying that, Ling Zhao's aura spread out. A vast and mighty aura pressed down on the dozen or so elders present, making it hard for them to breathe. Even Xiao Songlin felt suffocated. Sky Sovereign Stage. Xiao Songlin stared at Ling Xiao with wide eyes and exclaimed. In the northwest, there were only a few Sky Sovereign Stage experts, but there was probably no one else like Ling Xiao who was already in Sky Sovereign at such a young age. Xiao Songlin absolutely did not expect that Ling Xiao had already reached this step. Many elders of the Purple Sky sect also did not expect that they could not breathe under the pressure of this aura. Fine beads of sweat were already seeping out of their foreheads, especially Su Jiannan, who was under the greatest pressure. Puff. In the end, Su Jiannan could not withstand Ling Zhao's pressure. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his entire body was smashed backwards. The expressions of everyone present changed. And it was also at this moment that Ling Xiao dispersed his aura. Who is looking for trouble? You can scold me for being treacherous and forgetting my roots. But whoever dares to stop my master from leaving today will be killed without mercy. Ling Xiao revealed a ferocious side as he shouted. He did not want to show off, but some people in the Purple Sky sect only cared about their own interests and did not think for their fellow sect members, which really made him feel unhappy. No one present dared to make a sound. After all, they were unable to withstand a single blow in front of Ling Xiao. Whoever jumped out to provoke him, Su Jiannan's fate was proof. Xiao, you are too excited. Mu Huai could not help but reprimand Ling Xiao. In his heart, he did not blame Ling Xiao. Instead, he was more happy. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao had already exceeded their expectations? In a short span of 10 years, he had already surpassed every single one of them present. The Northwest could no longer accommodate a soaring dragon like him. Ling Xiao nodded lightly, and then said to Yun Xiong, Since I, Ling Xiao, have returned, I will also do one last thing for the sect. This is me giving face to my master and Mingqi. I hope you will cherish it." After saying that, he threw a pile of things in front of everyone at the same time. Suddenly, everyone felt their vision blur, and a burst of dazzling light flashed, causing them to almost be unable to open their eyes. In front of them, there were a lot of high-level medicinal pills, spirit weapons, spirit herbs, profound skills, and a lot of profound crystals. Ling Xiao said, "These can be considered as some of my compensation to the sect. In the future, my master and I will be even with the Purple Sky sect." The things that Ling Xiao threw out were especially precious and rare in the northwest, but in the central region, they could only be considered ordinary goods. Ling Xiao believed that this was already enough for the Purple Sky sect to grow a lot stronger. After all, if they obtained too many good things, they would not have the ability to protect them. Instead, it would only become a source of trouble for them. Even so, for the elders of the Purple Sky sect, this was already a great temptation. All of them stared at this batch of things with their eyes wide open, their eyes filled with greed. Ling Xiao was also too lazy to be entangled in these matters, and said to Wen Haiyan, "Pavilion Master Wen, is it convenient right now? I want to go see Mei Ying." Luo Meiying's death would forever leave a huge shadow in Ling Xiao's heart. This time, the most important thing for him to return to the Purple Sky sect was to bring Luo Meiying back to life. He had to do this, otherwise he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Luo Meiying must have died to save him. Wen Haiyan came back to her senses and smiled. "It's convenient. What's inconvenient about it? Let's go, I'll take you there now." "Then I'll have to trouble Pavilion Master Wen." Ling Xiao replied politely. In the past, Wen Haiyan had treated Ling Xiao pretty well in the Purple Sky sect, so it was only right for Ling Xiao to respect her. Wen Haiyan sighed in her heart. What a pity. If only Little Butterfly had caught him earlier. I wonder if there would still be a chance now. Ling Xiao followed Wen Haiyan to the Jade Spring Pavilion, and his mood gradually became a little excited. Luo Meiying was sealed in a 1,000-year-old iceberg in the Jade Spring Pavilion, so that her corpse would not melt. Just as they arrived at the Jade Spring Pavilion, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Wen Haiyan and Ling Xiao. This woman was extremely good-looking. Her face was round and pleasant, and her two shallow dimples were mesmerizing and dazzling. Her beautiful hair was tied with a pink bow, making her look pure and lively. She was wearing a blue muslin dress, which outlined her graceful figure perfectly. "Mother, you're back, it's nothing." This beautiful woman called out to Wen Haiyan, but before she could finish her words, her gaze fell on Ling Xiao, who was beside Wen Haiyan. Her entire body and mind trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes emitted a look of disbelief. "Junior sister Wen, long time no see." Ling Xiao smiled and greeted the woman. This woman was Wen Haiyan's daughter, Wen Kudai. Wen Kudai had also liked Ling Xiao back then, but Ling Xiao had always treated her as a sister, and did not take her in. "Ling Xiao, you're back?" Wen Kudai exclaimed in surprise, and she disregarded the presence of her mother, and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't dodge, and he was hugged tightly by Wen Kudai. He felt rather embarrassed in his heart, but it wasn't good for him to push Wen Kudai away. Wen Kitty cried. She cried very loudly, as if she had suffered countless grievances. It would break the hearts of those who heard it. She liked Ling Xiao, but she knew that Ling Xiao had no feelings for her, and it had always caused her to feel extremely sad. All these years, she had thought of forgetting Ling Xiao and finding a companion to spend the rest of her life with. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's handsome face frequently appeared in her mind, and it was difficult for her to forget. So she dispelled this thought and spent most of her time cultivating. Fortunately, her Tianbin cultivation wasn't weak, and Wen Haiyan had trained her wholeheartedly. She was now at the low-level king level, and could be considered as an outstanding representative of the younger generation. Ling Xiao lightly caressed Wen Kudai's shoulder and said, all right, if junior sister Wen cries again, you'll become a little kitten, and it won't be pretty." Ling Xiao didn't like Wen Kudai not because she wasn't pretty, nor was it because she wasn't a good person, but because he felt that her character didn't match with him. Her naivety made him not want to hurt her. Moreover, he had always liked mature women more, and Wen Kudai was like a child that couldn't grow up. In his eyes, she was only a little sister, and he had no other intentions. When Kudai lightly punched Ling Xiao a few times, and then pushed Ling Xiao away. She wiped her tears and said, "You're the little kitten, you blind scoundrel." Haha, it's senior brother's fault. Junior sister when isn't a little kitten, she's a little kitten that loves to cry. Ling Xiao looked at the cute Wen Kudai and couldn't help but tease her. Wen Kudai raised her fist and said, "If you dare say another word, I'll teach you a lesson." "Alright, Kudai, stop messing around. Your senior brother Ling is here to see your senior sister Luo," Wen Haiyan said from the side. Seeing that the relationship between the two of them was so good, Wen Haiyan still had some hope in her heart. Perhaps it would be a good thing for him to bring Kudai to the central region. When Luo Meiying was mentioned, Wen Kudai's expression became a bit sad. "Let's go, I'll take you to see senior sister Luo." Chapter 857. Within a 1,000-year-old ice mountain, there was a cave entrance that led straight into the belly of the mountain. There was a formation set up here that caused the snow to accumulate all year round, and it had long since formed an ice mountain that would never melt. Walking in the cave, one would only feel a chill, and their entire body would turn cold. This was only for some ordinary warriors. For people like Ling Xiao, the temperature below absolute zero did not affect him at all. When Kudai, who was at the king level, felt a chill run down her spine. After all, her physique was far inferior to Ling Xiao's. She shrunk her body and walked in front, looking delicate and charming. Ling Xiao wanted to step forward and hold her hand to give her some warmth, but after hesitating for a moment, he didn't do so. He didn't want Wen Kudai to misunderstand. He definitely didn't have any impure thoughts towards her. In reality, Wen Kudai was not that cold. She cultivated the ice and water attribute, so her resistance to the cold was very strong. Part of her trembling was an act, and she hoped that Ling Xiao would take the initiative to give her some energy to comfort her. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not do so, causing Wen Kudai's heart to feel a stabbing pain. At this time, a spacious area appeared in front of the two of them. Wen Kudai calmed herself down and said, "Senior sister Luo is right in front. You can go by yourself, I won't be going over." With that, she turned around and walked out of the cave. Ling Xiao did not notice that when she turned around, her face was already covered in tears. Ling Xiao looked at the jade bed in the middle, and there was a huge block of ice. This block of ice was what he had used his own ice attribute to seal Luo Meiying when she was being assassinated. If this ice block was placed anywhere else, it would have melted long ago. However, in this iceberg that was below absolute zero, it could remain unmelted. Ling Xiao walked to the side of the ice block with a perturbed heart. Through the transparent ice block, he looked at Luo Meiying who was sealed inside, and his heart fiercely clenched. Although Luo Meiying was able to keep her body intact, her appearance had aged with the passage of time. Her hair had become sparse, and there was not a single part of her body that had lost its luster. Luo Meiying was indeed dead. Could Ling Xiao really save her from this hopeless situation? Ling Xiao wasn't confident either. Although he had brought back a legendary treasure, he hadn't experienced it before. He didn't know if this treasure could really bring people back from the dead. "Senior sister Luo, don't worry, I will definitely save you." Ling Xiao clenched his fist and encouraged himself. Then, a ball of flame appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and the flame began to burn the ice. Ling Xiao carefully controlled the flame, trying his best not to let it burn Luo Meiying. As the flames burned, the ice gradually melted, and Luo Meiying's body gradually appeared in front of Ling Xiao. However, as Luo Meiying's body gradually appeared, her muscles began to age rapidly. Ling Xiao was shocked. He immediately took out a small coffin without thinking. This small coffin was made of 10,000-year-old jade, and there were layers of rich life energy circulating around it. This energy filled the cave entrance. This small coffin was obtained by Ling Xiao in the secret chamber under Wind Cloud City. With the appearance of this small coffin, Luo Meiying's aging speed gradually slowed down. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the fine sweat on his forehead. He wasn't sweating because it was strenuous, but because he was nervous. He was afraid that a little carelessness would cause Luo Meiying's body to be destroyed. If that happened, even if he had supernatural powers, he wouldn't be able to save her. When the ice around Luo Meiying's body completely melted, Ling Xiao opened the small coffin. This jar of vast and pure spring liquid of life exuded vitality, making Ling Xiao feel refreshed. Among the spring liquid of life, there was a heart-shaped red heart that was emitting thumping sounds. It was like a living creature, making people feel strange and abnormal. This was the demon sun's heart, a peerless treasure that could be called a top-notch holy object. It was said that it had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. It could also increase one's lifespan by 10,000 years, and it could perfect one's physique to the extreme. Even sages would go crazy if they saw it. Anyone who saw such a peerless treasure would want to take it for themselves. However, Ling Xiao used it to save a woman. If others knew about this, they would scold him for being an idiot. No matter what others thought, Ling Xiao would still make this choice. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be a gentleman. If he didn't repay kindness, he would be worse than a beast. Ling Xiao didn't think that he was a good person, but he could clearly distinguish between kindness and grudges. Whoever treated him well, he would definitely treat them better. Therefore, now that he could use the demon sun's heart to save Luo Meiying, Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Luo Meiying no longer had any vitality left, so she naturally couldn't consume the demon sun's heart. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only find another way to let Luo Meiying absorb all the energy of the demon sun's heart. Senior Sister Luo, I'm sorry. Since you said that you liked me before you died, and you died to save me, then you can be my woman for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao murmured. He leaned over to Luo Meiying and took off her clothes piece by piece. When Ling Xiao completely took off Luo Meiying's clothes, he discovered that her originally voluptuous figure had become shriveled, and without any elasticity. Ling Xiao didn't have any distracting thoughts. An exquisite dagger appeared in his hand. Without thinking, Ling Xiao raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed it towards Luo Meiying's left chest. Fortunately, there was no one watching. Otherwise, everyone would think that Ling Xiao was stabbing a corpse and cursing him for being a pervert. Luo Meiying's chest was cut open by Ling Xiao. A small amount of blood seeped out of the wound. Ling Xiao waved his hand and sucked the demon sun's heart out of the small coffin. The demon sun's heart seemed to have a mind of its own. It continuously struggled, wanting to escape from Ling Xiao's hand. It already has a mind of its own. I hope you can bring Senior Sister Luo back to life. Ling Xiao lightly shouted. He placed the demon sun's heart into Luo Meiying's chest. That was where her heart was located. Other than being shaped like a heart, the demon sun's heart had another special characteristic. It could fuse with anyone's heart, allowing that person to obtain the energy of the demon sun's heart. This was also something that Ling Xiao had confirmed after reading countless ancient books before he returned. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao cut open Luo Meiying's chest and inserted the demon sun's heart into her heart. The moment Ling Xiao inserted the demon sun's heart into Luo Meiying's chest, a strange scene happened. A powerful force rushed out from the wound. Ling Xiao didn't have time to move his hand away, and he was sent flying by the force. Rumble. Ling Xiao's body directly smashed into the wall of the cave. His body was embedded in the ice. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the recoil was. Ling Xiao didn't suffer much injury. He stared in Luo Meiying's direction without blinking, hoping for a miracle to happen. A pure milky white brilliance bloomed from Luo Meiying's body, illuminating the originally snow-white cave even more brightly. This brilliance became more and more intense, and its power also became stronger. Many pieces of ice actually fell, and the entire iceberg began to shake. Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly put away the spring of life in the small coffin. Just as he put away the spring of life, the brilliance that bloomed from Luo Meiying's body finally formed an energy storm and exploded. Rumble! The powerful energy explosion blasted the iceberg that hadn't melted for 1,000 years. Chunks of ice were constantly splashed out, scaring the disciples of the Jade Spring Pavilion outside the iceberg, and causing them to cry out in alarm. When Kitty had been outside the cave, although her strength was good, she couldn't react in time to the sudden explosion of the iceberg. A huge piece of ice smashed down towards her. If she was hit, even if she had a king stage cultivation, she would die on the spot. Just as the ice was about to hit her, a powerful suction pulled her away, and then a strong and powerful arm firmly hugged her slender waist. "Break for me." A powerful voice rang in her ears, followed by a fist smashing on the huge ice block. Bang! The more than 10 meters large ice was directly smashed into pieces by this punch. When Kitty felt the familiar smell, and the feeling of being protected, she felt a little dizzy. She tightly hugged the waist that made her feel infatuated, as if she didn't want to leave this embrace for even a moment. The one who saved Kitty was naturally Ling Xiao, who had come out of the iceberg. He rushed out with Kitty in his arms, and at the same time, he waved his other hand and pulled the few Jade Spring Pavilion disciples who hadn't escaped away from the danger zone. With such a big shock, when Haiyan rushed over as soon as possible, she looked at the destroyed iceberg with her own eyes, and her heart was filled with countless doubts. Could it be that Ling Xiao wants to bury Meiying here forever? Ling Xiao brought Kitty to Haiyan's side. Junior sister, Wen is fine. Junior sister, what happened to you? Ling Xiao found that Kitty was hugging him tightly, and there was no sign of her loosening up. He thought that she was frightened. Kitty, what happened to you? Haiyan asked worriedly. At this time, Kitty jumped out of Ling Xiao's embrace like a frightened rabbit, and with a drunken red face she replied, I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Ling Xiao was relieved, and then looked at the half-destroyed iceberg. His dragon eyes revealed a look of melancholy, and he murmured, could it be that this is the will of the heavens? Kitty looked at the iceberg, and then looked at Ling Xiao, and said with distress, Ling, senior brother Ling, forget it. Let senior sister Luo rest here forever. With me and mother accompanying her, she won't die. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking the same thing, the destruction of the iceberg suddenly changed again. Chapter 858. Above the Jade Spring Pavilion, the 1,000-year-old iceberg crashed. The elders who were originally on the wooden flag peak were all shocked, and they all hurriedly flew over. They all wanted to see what was going on. It's the Jade Spring Pavilion. I don't know what happened. Could it be that someone provoked Elder Ling again? This shouldn't be the case. Let's go over and take a look. Maybe Elder Ling is doing something big again. When they arrived at the Jade Spring Pavilion, they found that the 100-meter-tall iceberg had already collapsed more than half. They didn't understand what was going on. However, just as they were about to land beside Ling Xiao, and Haiyan to ask for an explanation, the iceberg shook again. Everyone looked at the iceberg that had already been destroyed more than half in surprise. The original iceberg had already been destroyed more than half, and now it began to sink again. Countless pieces of ice splashed in all directions, and many of them were shaken into splashes of water. At the same time, the sky and earth suddenly changed color, and dark clouds instantly filled the air. Following the roar of thunder and lightning, bean-sized raindrops kept falling. Whoosh whoosh. The strangest thing was that the lightning water only fell toward the Jade Spring Pavilion, and no raindrops fell in other places of the purple sky sect. At the same time, the surrounding water element spirit chi seemed to be sucked in by something, and it kept rushing toward the iceberg. For a moment, everyone's mouths were wide open. They couldn't understand what was going on with this strange phenomenon. Ling Xiao looked at the collapsed iceberg with a face full of surprise, and he couldn't help but say, could it be it really succeeded? He could clearly feel that there was an aura gradually spreading out from the iceberg. However, this aura was a bit strange. Back then, Luo Meiying only had the strength of a high spirit master, and Ling Xiao thought that it would be good if she could come back from the dead and recover her original strength. However, the aura had already surpassed the ordinary king level, and it was constantly growing toward a higher level. Could it be that the demon child's heart has other uses? Ling Xiao thought with a somewhat worried expression. The current situation was beyond his expectations. He didn't know if Luo Meiying was really resurrected. As the aura grew stronger and stronger, Ling Xiao shouted with a calm face, make everyone leave this place. Elder Ling, what exactly happened? Haiyan asked hurriedly. There are some things that can't be explained clearly in a short time. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. In short, let all the disciples on the peak leave first. Ling Xiao replied quite seriously. At the same time, his aura had already spread out. When Haiyan realized the seriousness of the matter, and immediately sent Wen Kudai to order all the disciples to scatter while she flew up into the sky to persuade Yun Xiong and the others to leave. No one knew what had happened, but seeing that even Ling Xiao had to take it seriously, they didn't dare to be careless and retreated far away. "Master, why don't we go over and help?" Mu Huai said to Xiao Songlin. He had broken through to the Earth Emperor stage and felt that his strength was no longer the same as before. Now that something like this had happened, he naturally wanted to lend his disciple a hand. Xiao Songlin shook his head and said, "If we go, we will only add to his burden. Let's take a look first. Maybe the result won't be too bad." The people of the Purple Heaven sect were all nervous. They didn't understand what was going on with this phenomenon, and who was the one who had recovered. "Ruoshui, you stay here. I'll go take a look." Ji Beixin said to Bing Ruoshui as she turned into a ball of wind and flew towards Ling Xiao's location. "Xiao, what happened?" Ji Beixin landed lightly beside Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Something might have happened. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I believe it won't be long before we find out." For some reason, Ling Xiao felt that something was amiss. This aura should be Luo Meiying's, but there was something inside that made him feel afraid. He was wondering, was the resurrected Luo Meiying still the real Luo Meiying? Rumble, rumble, rumble. After an unknown period of time, several bolts of lightning smashed down from the ice mountain. Countless pieces of ice were blasted into smithereens, and many parts of the Jade Spring Peak were also damaged. In the place where the aura was, a huge amount of water attribute energy gathered and did not dissipate. The aura was also getting stronger and stronger. It's already the strength of an Empyrean. Could it be that it can continue to grow? Ling Xiao's expression became more and more serious as he said. All of the spiritual qi within a radius of 10,000 kilometers was sucked dry, and all of it was absorbed into the ice mountain. This was much larger than the amount of spiritual energy Ling Xiao had gathered 2 days ago. In the end, the aura stopped at the peak of the Sky Sovereign Realm. It had finally stabilized. Just as Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, the dark clouds in the sky descended from the sky and enveloped the place where the aura was. Ling Xiao's mind kept jumping. He could feel that this dark cloud had a very strange and obscure aura. Not good, it's the descent of a saint's divine sense. Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched as he cried out in alarm. A golden dragon spear immediately appeared in his hand. Without thinking, he immediately blasted it towards the black mass. Roar! A peerless golden dragon roared and smashed towards the black mass. Ling Xiao's mind power also surged out like a tide, forming a powerful golden dragon spear that blasted towards the black mass. He planned to attack from 2 directions at the same time. He must completely destroy this mass of black mass. Rumble. Under the attack of a visible and an invisible attack, the mass of black mass finally suffered some damage. A hoarse old woman's voice rang out. "Brat, you were actually able to detect the descent of my divinity clone. But your time of death has come. You actually dared to break my formation and take out the demon heart. Now you still dare to use it? You must be tired of living. Dragon Lady, come out." Ling Xiao knew how terrifying this person was. Without thinking, he immediately summoned the Dragon Lady. The Dragon Lady appeared in the form of a human. Her body was in the golden ratio. She was protruding and slender. Coupled with her beautiful face, she could completely astonish everyone. Any man who saw her would be infatuated. The Dragon Lady's figure flashed as she rushed towards the black mass. Her seemingly petite fist smashed towards the black mass with the energy to tear the sky apart. The jet-black figure transformed into a surprised face. It actually dodged the attack and quickly rushed towards the completely destroyed iceberg. The Dragon Lady chased after it like a shadow, both of her fists continuously smashing towards it. The Jade Spring Pavilion immediately shook, and large pieces of the mountain were smashed down. What is going on? Elderling is attacking the black mass. What a terrifying attack. This is not something that an ordinary celestial venerable can do. Could Elderling already be the mystic Tharch? That's absolutely impossible. What are you all still standing there for? We can't interfere in this matter. Quickly get all the disciples of the sect to leave this place, so that they won't be affected by the energy. That's right, fast. It's too terrifying. Even a natural disaster is only SOSO. I'm afraid that the foundation of our Purple Sky sect will be shaken. Not good. She wants to control senior sister Luo. Ling Xiao guessed the intentions of the saint's divine will and shouted in alarm. He raised his speed to the extreme and pulled out all of his mental strength, hoping to save her in time. Ling Xiao's mental strength was comparable to a top grade 8 alchemist, or even an ordinary grade 9 alchemist. If he attacked with all his might, he should be able to stop the saint's divine will. In addition, under the Dragon Lady's full strength attack, the saint's divine will also have some reservations. Damn it, I must kill all of you. The saint's divine will shouted anxiously. It was obvious that she had also suffered a lot of interference, making it difficult for her to achieve her goal. Bang! Suddenly, a trembling sound was heard from beneath the block of ice. Then a human figure shot out from it. This figure was none other than Luo Meiying. However, the current her had changed drastically. She no longer had the lifeless, old, and shriveled appearance from before. Right now, her entire body was filled with a strong life force, as if she was standing there, giving off a feeling of vitality. Although her appearance was only above average, her temperament had risen by who knew how many times. No matter how one looked at her, she was a rare beauty. In addition to her extremely full figure, her entire body gave off a feeling that made people want to conquer her. Right now, she could only use one word to describe her, and that was sexy. Her strength was actually already at the peak of the Empyrean realm, and her aura was still fluctuating, as if she had not adapted to this ability yet. Her face was filled with a blank expression, and her upper chest had split open. That pair of plump jade peaks were completely white, stimulating Ling Xiao's eyes. Fortunately, the people of the Purple Sky sect had already gone far away. Otherwise, it would have been a feast for their eyes. Senior sister Luo, come over quickly. Don't let that thing entangle you. Ling Xiao didn't have time to think too much as he called out to Luo Meiying. His mind power turned into balls of energy and protected Luo Meiying, not wanting the saint's divine will to approach her. When Luo Meiying heard Ling Xiao's call, her gaze fell on Ling Xiao as memories that she had lost for a long time flashed through her mind. The saint's divine will was entangled by the Dragon Lady. It seemed that it was impossible to occupy Luo Meiying's body, so it simply turned into a human figure. It was an old woman with wrinkles on her face that were as rough as tree bark. Her palms were so thin that they looked like skin and bones. She looked extremely hideous and disgusting. Brat, you have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you were able to break my demon child formation. Now I'll make you pay the price. The old woman said with a sinister smile. Immediately after, countless black gas surged, and demonic faces let out mournful cries as they swept towards Ling Xiao, the Dragon Lady, Luo Meiying, and Ji Beixin. This world had almost become a land of demons and ghosts in the human world. Chapter 859. Demons ran amok, ghosts screamed mournfully, and the surroundings were in a mess. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that this energy had surpassed the energy of an ordinary saint, making him feel powerless to resist. Dragon Lady, it's all up to you. Ling Xiao roared at the Dragon Lady with all his might. If the Dragon Lady couldn't fight this old monster, he was really done for. Who would have thought that using the demon child's heart would attract such a terrifying thing? Don't worry, boss. These things can't do anything to me. The Dragon Lady replied to Ling Xiao confidently, then opened her delicate lips slightly. Roar. A dragon's roar soared into the sky, causing the whole area to shake continuously. The phantoms of demons and ghosts in the vicinity were instantly shattered by this terrifying sound wave. At the same time, the Dragon Lady's figure flashed and smashed towards the phantom of the old woman. The old woman's expression darkened, and she let out an ear-piercing voice. I don't care who you are, go to hell. After saying that, her old palms kept forming complicated hand seals, and a ball of faint black light condensed in the middle of her hand seals. Go, she shouted, and the ball of faint black light smashed towards the Dragon Lady. The black light energy looked small, but it contained extremely terrifying energy. Everywhere it passed, the air was swept clean, and the area within a radius of 1,000 miles became a vacuum. The ball of faint black light also became infinitely large. It was like a demon, trying to devour the dragon lady. The dragon lady had a solemn look on her face, and she waved her hands in all directions. Countless water columns kept revolving around her, and she pushed her palms forward, and the river-like water waves rushed towards the black light. Rumble! The old woman and the dragon lady were entangled in battle, and Ling Xiao took the opportunity to say to Ji Beixin, "Exin, leave quickly. I'm afraid the dragon lady can't handle this old monster." From the old woman's words, Ling Xiao had already guessed that the person with the divine sense was the owner of the ghost mother-demon-child formation. Back then, when he obtained the small coffin, this old woman's voice had also appeared. However, after the formation was broken, she also disappeared. Who would have thought that she would appear again? Although it was just a strand of spiritual sense, she was able to fight so intensely with the Type 8 mid-stage dragon lady. He was afraid that the dragoness was no match for him, and that would be troublesome. Ji Beixin knew that the situation was urgent, and she didn't want to drag Ling Xiao down. She said to Ling Xiao, "Xiao, be careful." Then she immediately left this place. Ling Xiao flew towards Luo Meiying, who was still in a daze. "Senior sister Luo, quickly leave with me." Ling Xiao grabbed Luo Meiying's hand, and was about to take her away from here. Unexpectedly, Luo Meiying forcefully retracted her hand. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and doubt as she asked, You are junior brother Ling?" When Ling Xiao heard Luo Meiying's call, he was overjoyed and quickly replied, "That's right, it's me. Senior sister, let's hurry up and leave. There are peerless experts fighting above. If we don't leave now, we will be accidentally injured." Following that, Luo Meiying's words made Ling Xiao a little speechless. Aren't we in the heaven-suppressing sect's secret realm? Could it be that they still have many experts? Hearing this, Ling Xiao knew that Luo Meiying's memories were still at the time when she entered the heaven-suppressing sect with him more than 10 years ago. This couldn't be blamed on her. After all, after she was killed, she had died once. Now that she was resurrected, it was enough for her to remember the past. "I'll explain these things to you later. Leave this place with me first." Ling Xiao grabbed Luo Meiying's hand once again, and she flew far away as fast as she could. In the sky above the Purple Heaven sect, the old woman was constantly fighting with the dragoness. Although this old woman was a divine will clone, she could last longer than the Black Demon of the Black Demon sect, and her fighting strength was even more terrifying. The more the dragoness fought, the more she fell into a disadvantageous position. She was repeatedly smashed by the opponent. Fortunately, her body was abnormal enough to withstand such a beating. Otherwise, she would have been seriously injured. The more the dragoness fought, the angrier she became. Just as she was about to change back to her real body, the old woman's figure became blurred. "Damn it, if it weren't for the distance, I would definitely kill all of you. I hope you don't meet me in the future." The old woman let out a very unwilling voice, and her divine will gradually disappeared. The dragoness also shouted unwillingly, "Damn old thing, do you think this princess is afraid of you? The next time I see you, I will swallow you alive." The old woman's aura disappeared, and the Purple Heaven sect also returned to peace. However, the Jade Spring Pavilion had been completely destroyed, and many mountains in the Purple Heaven sect had also been wiped out. Looking at the mess in front of them, the elders of the Purple Heaven sect all had depressed and uncomfortable expressions. The foundation they had established for thousands of years had actually been destroyed more than half. How could this not make them sad? Fortunately, they had just received a lot of treasures from Ling Xiao. Compared to the destruction in front of them, it seemed a little insignificant. What level of experts is this battle? It's too scary. Yin Xiong said with a face full of worry. He was now a low-level earthly sovereign. Originally, he felt that he had gained quite a reputation in the Northwest, and his means had also been greatly improved. However, when he saw his sect being destroyed to such a state, he realized how insignificant his strength was. The other elders of the Purple Heaven sect also showed a look of lingering fear. One had to know that the destruction here was only caused by the residual energy. If they had fought on the ground, it was likely that tens of thousands of miles would have been turned into ruins. Could it be a powerful enemy attracted by Elder Ling? Zhao Mingyuan couldn't help but guess. When Haiyan immediately explained for Ling Xiao, I don't think so. Perhaps Elder Ling took out some amazing treasure to attract that person. Don't guess, it's already over. I will ask Shower about this matter. Hurry up and let people come back to repair the damage of each peak, Xiao Songlin said. No matter what happened, as the Grand Master, he was definitely on Ling Xiao's side. In another direction, Ling Xiao had already used a set of clothes to completely cover Luo Meiying's figure. Luo Meiying had really come back from the dead. This made Ling Xiao feel that the big stone in his heart had been lifted, and his mood suddenly became much better. Boss, she escaped. The dragon lady landed next to Ling Xiao, and said with a look of indignation. Her chest rose and fell, making people gasp in amazement. Yes, this is just a trick of the other party. His real body isn't here. It's good that you're fine. Ling Xiao replied softly. Not far from Ling Xiao, Luo Meiying's gaze fell on the dragon lady, and an uncomfortable feeling ignited in her heart. Now that her memories had returned, the blank space of more than 10 years still made her feel like she was in the past, and she couldn't change it in an instant. Junior brother Ling, what exactly is going on? Can you tell me? Luo Meiying asked Ling Xiao with a somewhat confused expression. Ling Xiao nodded his head lightly and said, This is exactly what I want to explain to you. Once you hear it, you will understand what exactly happened. Thus, Ling Xiao told Luo Meiying about what had happened in the heaven-suppressing sect back then, and the situation that had happened more than 10 years ago. He just wanted Luo Meiying to know that this was no longer the time of the past. After listening, Luo Meiying's expression changed a few times. In the end, she revealed a bright smile and said, No wonder I feel like my life has started anew. My entire body is filled with energy, making me feel like I can do anything. So this isn't a dream, but I've already died once and come back to life. And no matter what, you're already alive now. I don't have to feel guilty anymore, Ling Xiao replied. Luo Meiying suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, Did you save me because you didn't feel guilty? Ling Xiao was at a loss for words. Back then, Luo Meiying had died to save him. Before she died, she had confessed to him, which was something that he could not forget. It was just that at that time, he really did not have any feelings for Luo Meiying. However, in these past 10 years he had thought of all sorts of ways to save Luo Meiying. In his heart, he had long regarded Luo Meiying as his own woman, regardless of whether she was alive or dead. Now that Luo Meiying asked him like this, he did not know how to answer. Luo Meiying revealed a bitter smile and said, I know you only have junior sister Mengqi in your heart. I won't make things difficult for you. After saying that, she turned around and left. To be honest, back then, she had fallen in love with Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao had shown enough strength to lead the Purple Sky Sect's people to victory in the heaven-suppressing sect. Moreover, Ling Xiao himself was extraordinarily handsome, so it was naturally easy for her to have a good impression of him. Now that she heard that Ling Xiao had brought her back to life just to have a clear conscience, she felt very hurt. She thought to herself, I'd rather be dead. Perhaps there would be a place for me in his heart. Just at the moment when Luo Meiying was about to leave, Ling Xiao did not seem to think about it and quickly grabbed her hand. At the same time, he forcefully pulled her into his arms. Then Ling Xiao unceremoniously kissed Luo Meiying's jade lips. Luo Meiying's beautiful eyes widened, and her expression became incomparably shocked. Senior sister, why are you so stupid? Xiao. Can I call you that? I really regret knowing you too late. If I could know you a few years earlier, I would definitely become your woman. Don't waste it for me. Sheng, can you kiss me? No, I can't let you die. Didn't you say that you still want to be my woman? Meiying, hold on for me. The scene of life and death parting 10 years ago appeared in their minds at the same time. Their hearts became incomparably fervent. They had already been separated by life and death once. Now that the two of them were fine, could it be that they had to be separated again? The answer was of course no. Meiying, from now on you will be my Ling Xiao's woman. Ling Xiao held Luo Meiying's face and said very seriously, One kiss for love. Chapter 860. That was Luo Meiying's last wish before she died. Now she finally had a taste of what it felt like to be kissed. Luo Meiying felt her face burning, but her heart was warm and sweet. She would never forget that feeling for the rest of her life. She blushed as she hit Ling Xiao's chest and said, "You're so domineering. There are people watching." She didn't forget to glance at the dragon lady at the side. Her face became even more embarrassed as she buried her face in Ling Xiao's chest. She had already expressed her attitude. She was willing to be Ling Xiao's woman. Haha, the dragon lady is not an outsider. From now on you will follow me. I will not let you suffer any harm. Ling Xiao laughed happily. Luo Meiying showed a happy smile and nodded. Then she asked Ling Xiao, "Xiao you let me absorb the demon child's heart. What kind of treasure is it? It can actually bring me back from the dead, and let my strength advance so much. I feel that my strength has already surpassed my master." From the moment Luo Meiying came back to life, she only knew that her body seemed to have an endless supply of energy. She knew that her body and strength were not the same as before. She wanted to know how Ling Xiao obtained such a treasure. Although she had not seen much of the world, she had read many ancient books since she was a child. She knew that these treasures were accompanied by great danger. She was very touched by what Ling Xiao had done for her. To be honest, the power of the demon child's heart has also exceeded my expectations. I originally thought that it would be good enough to bring you back from the dead, but it has already advanced your strength to that of a peak heavenly venerable. This can be considered a kind of compensation for you. However, although your power is powerful, you still don't know how to use the world's energy. Right now you only have strength, but you are unable to use it. In the future, I will personally teach you. I believe that it won't be long before you can use this power, replied Ling Xiao. He now suspected that the demon son's heart had not only accumulated a large amount of life force, but it had also absorbed the life force of the cultivators whose life force had been unintentionally absorbed. Otherwise, how could it have allowed Luo Meiying to advance so quickly? Regardless of whether this was true or not, Ling Xiao did not want to investigate further. He knew that this demon son's heart had not been used in vain. Ling Xiao brought Luo Meiying back to the Jade Spring Pavilion. When Wen Haiyan and Wen Qidi saw Luo Meiying come back to life, they couldn't help but sigh. Ling Xiao was also very tactful, and allowed them to have a good gathering with their fellow disciples. He took advantage of this time to find Wu Xixue, who was cultivating in the Jade Spring Pavilion. After the baptism of 10 years, Wu Xixue had become much more mature, but her appearance was still beautiful and lovable. She had made a promise with Hua Xiaogui, but Hua Xiaogui had gone to the Central Territory with Ling Xiao, so she could only stay in the sect by herself. After 10 years of cultivation, her cultivation was only at the High Spirit Master level, and she had not taken a step into the King level. Her Tenbin could only be considered average, and she did not have the help of many resources. It was not very realistic for her to step into the King level. When she saw Ling Xiao again, she had an impulse to feel inferior. She wanted to escape from the sect and not see Ling Xiao. It wasn't because she liked or hated Ling Xiao, and it was because she felt that the gap between her and Ling Xiao was too great. Moreover, if Hua Xiaogui was by Ling Xiao's side, then how could Hua Xiaogui's strength be weak? Moreover, Hua Xiaogui had a noble identity as an alchemist. Would he still remember her existence? After 10 years of yearning, she had no choice but to reflect on whether there was still a possibility between her and Hua Xiaogui. Now that Ling Xiao had come looking for her, it caused her to feel extremely perturbed, and she became slightly worried about personal gains and losses. Ling Xiao didn't become arrogant and overbearing just because his strength had become formidable. He smiled lightly at Wu Xixue and said, "Little Shui, long time no see." Elderling, long time no see," Wu Xixue replied with a slightly nervous expression. "Little Shui, you're really treating me like an outsider. Could it be that you don't treat me as a big brother after not seeing me for a while? If Little Turtle knew about this, he would definitely scold you." Ling Xiao could more or less guess Wu Xixue's thoughts, so he immediately said very amiably. His attitude made Wu Xixue instantly become natural. She thought, Ling Xiao is still the same Ling Xiao, he hasn't changed. Senior brother Ling, how is Xiaogui? Why haven't I seen him come back? Wu Xixue also relaxed her state of mind and asked. She was thinking that regardless of whether Hua Xiaogui still planned to ask her about it or not, she would also be able to make a decision in her heart. To be honest, I don't know whether he is good or bad, Ling Xiao replied. Wu Xixua's expression tensed up, and she asked worriedly, did something happen to him? Looking at Wu Xixua's worried expression, Ling Xiao knew that Wu Xixua's feelings for Hua Xiaogui should not have changed. According to his understanding of Hua Xiaogui was not a person who liked the new and got tired of the old. Since this was the case, Ling Xiao made a decision in his heart. He should be fine. This time, I don't plan to stay for long. Since you still have little turtle in your heart, then come with me to the central region. It won't be long before you two can reunite. Ling Xiao replied. Back then, when Hua Xiaogui made up her mind to follow Ling Xiao to the central region, Ling Xiao felt that he owed Hua Xiaogui. At that time, he should have brought Wu Xixua with him. However, it was not too late now. After Hua Xiaogui returned from his studies, he would definitely be very happy to find that Wu Xixua had also arrived in the central region. Can I do it? Wu Xixua could not help but feel a little nervous. She did not expect Ling Xiao to make such a request this time. In her heart, she naturally wanted to immediately agree. However, she knew that if she went with Ling Xiao, with her strength, would she be a burden to him? If I say you can do it, then you can do it. There is nothing to worry about, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Then my master. Wu Xixua was worried. She was afraid that her master would not let her leave. Don't worry, I will go and talk to your master. If you have any unfinished business, do it as soon as possible. I don't know when you will come back next time, Ling Xiao said. Wu Xixua's nervousness was swept away. Her face turned into a spring breeze-like smile. She nodded at Ling Xiao, then turned and left. She wanted to clear up her unfinished business and wait for Ling Xiao to take her to the central region to see that shy guy. She wondered if he still remembered her. Ling Xiao returned to the wooden flag peak and talked to his master, Mu Huai and Xiao Songlin in detail. In the end, it was confirmed that Xiao Songlin would not leave the Purple Sky sect. However, Xiao Songlin asked Ling Xiao to not only bring Mu Huai away, but also his martial uncle Mu En. Ling Xiao would not refuse this favor. After all, he had always had a good impression of his martial uncle. Letting him go to the central region with him, his master would also have a companion. At the same time, Ling Xiao asked his master to find Ji Beixin's grandfather, Ji2, as soon as possible. Ji2 had to leave with them. After settling all of this, Ling Xiao returned to the Purple Sky City alone and brought the people who stayed in the Purple Sky City back to the Meteor City. Ji Beixin and Luo Meiying did not follow. One of them had to stay behind to wait for someone, while the other had to stay behind to complete her unfinished wish. When Ling Xiao returned to the central region, he would pass by the Purple Sky sect and pick them up at that time. On the way, Feng Lingtian sat on Ling Zhao's mount, Xiaojin, and exclaimed in joy, I can finally see my grandparents again. Tianer misses them so much. Ever since Ling Xiao and Feng Xianyan brought Feng Lingtian back to the Meteor City 10 years ago, Feng Lingtian could not forget his grandparents. This was because his grandparents were the same as his grandfather. They were extremely good to him, especially his grandmother, who wanted to hold him in her mouth and dote on him. At that time he was young, but he had a deep impression of them. Ling Xiao patted the back of his head and said, When you see Grandpa and Grandma, you have to behave yourself. Don't fish out a bunch of poisonous things for lousy. Your grandma is not scared, do you know? During the month that Ling Xiao had captured his son to gain experience, Ling Xiao had seen this brat summon all the poisonous creatures within a radius of thousands of miles. Even he felt disgusted when he saw that scene. If his mother saw it, she would probably faint from fright. Therefore, Ling Xiao had no choice but to remind this brat first, in case something went wrong. Feng Lingtian said with a wronged expression, Father, if you hit my head again, if I become stupid, no one will be filial to you in the future. He was changing the topic, but in his heart, he was thinking, could it be that great-grandfather told father? How did he know that I could summon little darling? That's little Kanzi's delicious food. There's nothing to be afraid of. Hearing his son's words, Ling Xiao was a little angry and said, Just don't cause trouble for lousy. At the side, Kai Xiayue smiled beautifully and said, You're right. In the future, Just be filial to your mothers and don't need a stinky father like you. Alright. Yunyang, if you don't treat my father well and only treat Tian well, then I will only be filial to you, Feng Lingtian said with a serious expression. As soon as he said this, Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyan, Kai Sheyue, Bing Ruoshui, and Bai Yushi all burst into laughter. You already know how to sow discord at such a young age. Are you itching for a beating? Ling Xiao revealed an angry expression and threatened his son. Mother, Daddy is going to hit someone again. Feng Lingtian immediately asked Feng Xianyun, who was behind him, for help. Feng Xianyun rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, Laugh, you don't even know how to care about Tian. Don't always beat and scold him, he's still young. Ling Xiao said, He's already 13 years old. How can he still be young? This brat is very smart. If I don't discipline him now, I'm afraid that when he grows up, he will even beat me up. Husband, you're exaggerating too much. Tian is so sensible and obedient, he will only be filial to you. How could he go against you? Kai Sheyue helped Feng Lingtian. Bai Yushi also echoed, That's right, young master. Young master is very obedient, don't scold him. Chapter 861. Northwest Meteor City was a remote and backward city. However, such a city was next to the famous desolate mountain range in the northwest. There were many resources in the desolate mountain range, but spirit beasts roamed freely. Even Empyrean powerhouses didn't dare to go too deep. This also caused Meteor City to be unable to excavate the resources. Thus, this predicament couldn't be changed for the time being. However, this situation was only relative to 10 years ago. Nowadays, the Ling family was the most powerful family in Meteorite City. The Ling family had produced several king-level martial artists, which made Meteorite City famous. Moreover, the Ling family also had a connection with the Purple Sky sect. Every time the Purple Sky sect selected disciples, the Ling family would be sent to participate in the selection. With the Ling family's strong rise, the Ling family had also excavated a lot of resources from the desolate mountain range. Those 3rd and 4th grade spirit herbs and spirit beasts would be auctioned from time to time, attracting the attention of some of the major clans in the surrounding cities. With the constant flow of outsiders, Meteor City changed and became one of the wealthiest cities under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. The Ling family also became the #1 family under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. Regardless of whether others were convinced or not, just the fact that the Ling family had the youngest elder in the Purple Sky sect was enough for the Ling family to look down on the other cities. Now the Ling family didn't only have one king stage expert, the Supreme Elder. Apart from the Supreme Elder who was out traveling, the #1 expert of the Ling family was Ling Zhan. He was the cousin of the current patriarch Ling Yuan. 10 years ago, he'd suddenly leaped from the spirit rank to the mid-rank king rank, and it took him less than 3 years to reach the high-rank king rank. 4 years ago, he'd even reached the peak rank king rank. In recent years, not many people had seen him move around. It was said that he had already reached Earth's sovereign stage. In the northwest, Earth's sovereign stage was already a peak existence. If Ling Zhan really reached this step, then the Purple Sky sect's #1 family was well-deserved. As for the second expert, it was Ling Zhan's wife, Meng Xiun. However, she had never made a move, so no one would have thought that she was already a peak king stage expert. Outsiders only knew that the second strongest person in the Ling family was Ling Zhan's father, the Ling family's old patriarch Ling Tsang, who had the strength of an intermediate king. After him was the previous generation's elder, Ling Chen, who had the strength of a low king, and the current patriarch, Ling Yuan, who had the strength of a low king. Now, excluding the supreme elder Ling He and Ling Xiao, the Ling clan had a total of 5 experts at the king rank and above. With such strength, it was indeed enough to show disdain for a region. No one dared to offend the Ling family outside of Meteor City's jurisdiction. And the Ling family also managed Meteor City in an orderly manner, becoming more and more prosperous. As the Ling family became more powerful, the land they occupied also became more spacious. In an elegant and quiet courtyard in the Ling family's courtyard, a charming and beautiful woman was throwing a few pieces of fresh meat at a 3-meter-tall black bear. Little Black, eat some meat to fill your stomach first. Your appetite is getting bigger and bigger. If this continues, you'll have to find your own food," the woman said with a loving expression. She looked at the sturdy black bear as if she was looking at her own family, but there was an indescribable worry and longing in her eyes. This charming woman who looked to be in her 30s was none other than Ling Xiao's mother, Meng Xiyun. The big black bear in front of them was the little black bear that Ling Xiao had personally given birth to a female bear when he was training in the desolate mountain range. The little black of the past was now a big guy. It was only an ordinary spirit beast. Even with the beast core to feed it, it was still a low rank 4 spirit beast. If it wanted to break through the rank 5 bottleneck, it wouldn't be easy. After all, its bloodline was too ordinary. Little Black swallowed the few pieces of meat and swayed its huge body in front of Meng Xiyun. Its big tongue licked Meng Xiyun's hand as if it was incomparably affectionate. Meng Xiyun gently caressed Little Black's forehead and sighed. "Sigh, only a big stupid bear like you would stay here with me all day." Her husband went out to cultivate, her son went to the central region, and she didn't know what was going on. Her grandson wasn't raised by her, so she was often alone in the courtyard. Aside from cultivating, she would deal with Little Black. This made her life abnormally boring. With her strength, Ling Yuan had invited her to join the Elders' Council, but she didn't want to show her face in public, so she could only live like this. At this time, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from afar. Then a loud voice echoed, "Madam, I'm back." A figure shining with golden light swept over from the horizon. His speed and aura were extraordinary. As soon as the voice fell, the golden figure landed next to Meng Xiyun. This person looked to be in his 30s. He had sharp edges and strong lines, and his eyes were filled with a strong light. His martial clothes were tattered in many places, but none of them were fatal. He carried a golden spear on his back, and had an excited expression on his face. It was obvious that he had encountered something happy. Wasn't this person Ling Xiao's father, Ling Zhan? His aura had already reached the peak of a low-level Earth Emperor, and his blood energy was especially strong. It seemed like he had gained a lot in these 10 years. Meng Xiyun only glanced at her husband and replied in a bored manner. "If you're back, then you're back. Why are you shouting? Aren't you afraid that big brother and third brother will rush over to ask for something from you?" After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the hall. Ling Zhan saw Meng Xiyun's situation, and naturally knew that his wife was angry. Who told him to spend more than half a year to train? It would be strange if his wife wasn't angry. Ling Zhan hurriedly caught up with her and said with a smile, "Xiyun, look what I brought back for you. This is a mid-tier 4th order green star flower and high-tier 4th order coiled lotus vine that I found with great difficulty. It will be very useful for your cultivation." Ling Zhan didn't forget to bring back good things for his wife every time he went out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep with his wife at night. In the past, Meng Xiyun would take the things and forgive Ling Zhan, but she didn't do so this time. She didn't take the spirit grass from Ling Zhan. What else is there in life besides cultivation? It's fine if my son isn't by my side, but even my husband is a cultivation maniac. What's the point of living alone? Meng Xiyun sighed. She didn't know why, but she especially missed her son and grandchildren today. She wished that she had a house full of children and grandchildren and a happy family. She would rather spend a short 100 years with her loved ones by her side. She didn't want to have a few 100 years of lifespan without her husband or children by her side. She wanted to live alone in an empty house. Ling Zhan was very anxious. He was a man who was afraid of his wife, so he quickly put away the spirit grass and followed behind Meng Xiyun. After entering the hall, he signaled the servants to leave. He hugged Meng Xiyun tightly and said, "Xiyun, why don't we have another child? This way, you won't be lonely anymore." In fact, Ling Zhan already had this idea. He understood his wife's personality. If there was no one by her side, she wouldn't be happy. She didn't have many close friends in the clan, and his father didn't need her to serve him. Thus, he thought that it would be better to have another child for his wife. Perhaps this would make his wife truly happy. Hearing her husband's words, Meng Xiyun's beautiful eyes lit up, but they immediately dimmed down. She said, "This won't do. We already have a grandson like Tian. If we have another child, then everything will be a mess. No, absolutely not. They aren't together, right?" It shouldn't be a problem. Ling Zhan didn't consider this point and became a bit embarrassed. If they had another child, and their grandson was older than their child, then their relationship would be a mess. What nonsense are you talking about? When Xiao comes back, we will definitely live together. I still hope that Xiao can find a few more wives and give me more grandchildren. Meng Xian rolled her eyes at Ling Zhan. That's right. In truth, Ling Zhan's suggestion made her a bit tempted, but she was more rational in restraining her thoughts. All right, I'll listen to you. I don't know when that stinky brat will come back. Could it be that something happened? Ling Zhan helplessly replied. Before he could finish, Meng Xian turned around and punched him in the chest. She said, "If you say anything more, then don't even think about getting on my bed. My shower is strong and smart. She'll definitely be safe and sound." At this point, Ling Zhan also revealed a bit of regret. He thought to himself, "This stinky brat, when he comes back, I'll teach you a good lesson for being unfilial." It's a pity that all parents care about their children. Which parent doesn't want their children to live a safe and happy life when they're away from home? At this time, the maid's voice came from outside. "Master, the patriarch and elder Tao are here. I already said that once you came back, they will definitely follow." Meng Xian rolled her eyes at Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan laughed dryly. "Tell big brother and third brother to wait here. I'll go wash up and change my clothes before coming out to see them." Ling Yuan and Ling Tao were Ling Zhan's big brother and third brother respectively. The three of them had always had a good relationship, and after Ling Zhan's son was born, they became even closer. Their current strength was all thanks to his nephew. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the prestige they had today. They rushed over to see Ling Zhan because they knew that Ling Zhan had returned from his training. He must have found a lot of good things, so they came to rob them. "Big brother, third brother, you guys came really quickly." Meng Xian greeted the two with a smile. The two of them could tell that Meng Xian was teasing them, but they didn't get angry. Ling Yuan smiled faintly. "Don't blame me, second sister. Who asked second brother to be so strong? I only came for the development of the clan, so I had to thicken my skin and ask for some benefits." "Sister-in-law, third brother wants to break through to the king realm as soon as possible. I can only rely on second brother's help." Ling Tao laughed shamelessly. Chapter 862. As the head of the Ling family, Ling Yuan naturally had to wholeheartedly seek benefits for the Ling family. However, the Ling family's foundation was limited. If they wanted to become stronger, they needed all sorts of high-level resources. They could use them as a collection, auction them, or as a reward. However, high-level resources weren't that easy to obtain. In the entire Ling family, Ling Zhan was the strongest. He often went to the desolate mountains to train, and often found high-level spirit herbs and beasts. These were all good resources. Thus, when Ling Yuan knew that Ling Zhan was back, he had no choice but to rush over. Even if he could get a few high-level fourth-rank spirit beast corpses, he could sell them in his family's auction and earn a lot of mysterious crystals. As for Ling Tao, he wanted to find Ling Zhan to ask if there were any suitable spirit herbs for him, so that he could quickly break through to the king level. Ling Zhan had always been generous and didn't care too much about these worldly possessions. Thus, he would always give some good things to Ling Yuan, and leave some for Ling Tao, who asked them to be blood brothers. After bathing, Ling Zhan looked even more handsome and extraordinary. As his strength continued to rise, his temperament was also different from the past. "Big brother, third brother, you're here. Your things have already been prepared. There's no need to rush. Let's drink a few cups first." Ling Zhan smiled. Ever since his son had passed on a mysterious cultivation method to him, not only had his strength recovered, but it had also continued to advance, allowing him to become the #1 person in the Ling family. This made him sigh in his heart, and at the same time, he especially treasured everything that he had so hard to come by. Ling Yuan and Ling Tao didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. Meng Xian didn't want to be angry at Ling Zhan, and immediately ordered the kitchen to prepare some dishes to go with the wine. However, at this time, a rumbling sound came from outside. Bang bang. What's going on? Ling Tao asked in confusion. Meng Xian revealed a worried expression and said, It's Blackie. What happened to it? Why is it running so fast? With that, she immediately ran out of the hall. Ling Zhan's eyes twitched and he said nervously, so many powerful auras. Quick. Big brother, third brother, follow me out to take a look. Ling Zhan's senses were outstanding and he immediately rushed out of the hall. Ling Yuan and Ling Tao also hurriedly ran out. To be able to cause Ling Zhan to panic, what kind of character had descended? Like a truck, Black Bear rushed out of the courtyard and headed straight for the main gate of the Ling residence. Along the way, the Ling family members were so frightened that they hurriedly avoided them. They all knew that this was a fourth-rank spirit beast raised by the sect protector elder. How would they dare to stop it? Moreover, they didn't have the ability to stop it. The guards at the door scattered like birds. If they were hit by such a big black bear, they would probably die on the spot. Meng Xiyun chased after him and shouted, "Little Black, come back!" Everyone looked at the flying Meng Xiyun in shock. They didn't know that Meng Xiyun was an expert, and one that had already broken through to the king rank. Am I seeing things? Madame Xiyun can actually fly? I don't think so. So Madame Xiyun is also a king-level expert. Doesn't that mean our Ling family has another king-level expert? How amazing! I knew it. If the sect protector elder is so powerful, how could his wife be weak? Our Ling family's current achievements are all thanks to the legendary 14th elder. He is also Madame Xiyun's son, so it's not surprising that she has such strength. Exactly, the 14th elder is also a high-grade alchemist. His position in the family isn't any weaker than the supreme elder. After Meng Xiyun came out, Ling Zhan quickly caught up to her. Behind them, Ling Yuan and Ling Tao also came out. The members of the Ling family were even more confused. They were all wondering, could it be that the black bear has gone mad? We haven't even reached home yet, and Little Black has already come out to greet us. Not bad, not bad. A carefree voice echoed from outside the Ling residence. Hee, Little Black has grown taller again. A tender laughter rang out. Meng Xiyun and Ling Zhan, who were already at the door, looked at the person playing with Little Black, and were pleasantly surprised. Xiao. Meng Xiyun couldn't help but cry out first. The group in front of Little Black was Ling Zhao's group, who had just returned from the Purple Sky sect. Ling Xiao took a few steps forward and happily replied, "Father, mother, I'm back." Looking at his father and mother who were becoming younger and younger, Ling Xiao was very happy. Meng Xiyun was emotional and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She covered her mouth and scolded, "You stinking brat, you still remember to come back. Are you ready to abandon this family and your mother? Don't you know how worried I was for you?" Meng Xiyun immediately scolded Ling Chun with a smile, as if she had an endless amount of grievances to vent. Ling Xiao was like a child who had done something wrong. He walked in front of Meng Xiyun and sincerely said, "Mother, this child is in the wrong. I've made mother worry." He was scolded, but his heart was warm. No matter how strong he was still his mother's son. It was natural for a mother to care for her son. At this time, Feng Lingtian walked over and said to Meng Xiyun, Grandma, don't scold father. Father should know his wrongs. I promise on his behalf that he won't let you worry in the future, okay?" Meng Xiyun's gaze fell on Feng Lingtian. She couldn't connect him to the little pudding from 10 years ago. However, he looked somewhat similar to her son, and he called her grandma. Who else could it be other than her grandson, Feng Lingtian? Meng Xiyun smiled and said, "You're Tian or my darling grandson?" "Of course I'm Tian. Grandma, don't you recognize Tian?" Feng Lingtian replied with a serious expression. Meng Xiyun hugged Feng Lingtian and used her hand to caress Feng Lingtian's head. She happily smiled and said, Good grandson is still the best. In the future, you can stay by grandma's side, okay?" This time, not only did her son come back, but even her grandson came back. Meng Xiyun was extremely happy. "Okay, don't just stay here. Let's go home first." Ling Zhan also revealed a happy expression. "Father is right, let's go inside first." Ling Xiao replied. He looked at his son and was dissatisfied. This stinking brat really knows how to coax people. My position in the future will be in danger. Just as the group was about to return to the Ling family, Ling Yuan and Ling Tao arrived. So it's Xiao. Haha, no wonder little black ran so fast. Ling Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Come, stinking brat. Quickly give third uncle a king entering pill. Otherwise, don't even think about entering the house. Ling Tao blocked Ling Xiao's path and shouted. Last time, when Ling Xiao returned, he left behind many good things for Ling Zhan to distribute to the Ling family. Ling Chun, Ling Tsang, Ling Yuan, and the others were able to break through to the king realm with the help of the king entering pill. Ling Tao also knew about this. He was now a peak spirit master, and couldn't wait to break through with the king entering pill. Ling Xiao, you're quite capable. You actually dared to threaten Xiao. A voice that wasn't very loud rang out from behind Ling Xiao. Ling Zhan, Ling Yuan, and Ling Tao looked in the direction of the voice and saw Bai Yushi walking over with Ling He. Grand Elder! Ling Tao cried out in surprise. The Grand Elder always had enough deterrence in the Ling family. When Ling Tao saw the Grand Elder, his expression immediately became respectful. Ling Tao greets the Grand Elder. Ling Zhan and Ling Yuan immediately went up to greet him. Meng Xian also followed closely behind, paying her respects to the most authoritative elder in the Ling family. Grand Elder, you're finally back. I didn't expect you to be with Xiao. The first to speak was Ling Yuan. He was already the head of the family, but when facing the Grand Elder, he still had to show enough respect. Ling Zhan, who was at the side, saw Ling He's abnormal state and immediately asked in surprise, Grand Elder, you're your cultivation? Most people only hid their cultivation aura, and others could only see the depth of their cultivation. However, if a person's dantian was destroyed, then it could be sensed from all aspects. Ling Zhan, especially when he saw Ling He's unsteady gait, was confused. Ling He sighed and said, I'm fine, I won't die yet. Xiao has a way to cure me. Then he glared at Ling Tao and said, You're acting shamelessly even though you're my uncle. Hurry up and make way. Are you looking down on me? Ling He said. Ling Tao didn't dare to block the way and quickly jumped to the side. Grand Elder, what are you talking about? I was just joking with Xiao, just joking. Ling Xiao and the others returned home. The news of their return instantly caused a commotion in the Ling family. The entire Ling family became incomparably lively. The Grand Elder and the 14th Elder have returned. Immediately gather all the elders and pay their respects. Hurry up and inform the elders that the Grand Elder and the 14th Elder have returned. What? The Grand Elder and the 14th Elder have returned at the same time. Hurry up and pay our respects. This is great. With the return of these two elders, the Ling family's strength is going to rise to another level. Everyone in the Ling family hurriedly rushed to the small courtyard that Ling Zhan had been assigned to. If it wasn't for someone holding them back, the small courtyard would have been bursting with people. As the Grand Elder of the Ling family, Ling He was like the stabilizing force of the Ling family. As long as he was there, the Ling family wouldn't slack off. Ling Zhao's sudden rise and his various tenbin made him the idol of everyone in the Ling family. With him around, the Ling family would move towards a more glorious era. Wasn't everything that the Ling family had now brought about by him? Ling Yuan, tell them to disperse. Let them gather in the meeting hall tomorrow. Ling He had just landed and immediately ordered Ling Yuan. Yes, Grand Elder. Ling Yuan replied. At this time, Ling Chun and Ling Tsang, as well as a few of the Ling family's previous elders, all came in. With their status, they were naturally treated differently from the other elders. Greetings, Grand Elder. A few of them saw Ling He and immediately bowed respectfully. Chapter 863. Ling He and Ling Zhao's return caused the Ling family to be in an uproar. In addition to the elders and deacons of the Ling family, who were constantly circling around, wanting to see the two of them, the leaders of the various families in Meteorite City also moved out after hearing the news. Now that the Ling family had become the #1 family in Meteorite City, and it was also the #1 family in the Purple Sky Sect's territory, they were in awe of the Ling family. They all knew that the Ling family's current situation was related to Ling Xiao. After all, the news that Ling Xiao had become the youngest elder of the Purple Sky Sect had spread throughout the cities of the Purple Sky Sect. He was also a high-rank alchemist. This identity was enough for many people to look up to and respect him. They all took the opportunity to visit the Ling family. Of course, they wanted to establish a relationship with this alchemist. If they could obtain a high-quality pill that would allow their family to produce a king-rank powerhouse, then they would make a fortune. Although their thoughts were very good, the reality was very cruel. Apart from receiving the elders of the Ling family, Ling Xiao and the others let Ling Yuan, the patriarch, deal with the outsiders. In the courtyard of Ling Zhao's house, it was full of laughter. These days, Meng Xian was very happy. Her son came back, her grandson came back, and her son even brought back 3 beautiful wives. Adding on by Yushi, her adopted daughter, her son had 4 wives. According to this situation, her wish of having a house full of grandchildren was not far away. However, she also learned from Bayushi that her son had several other women. Now she was both happy and worried about her son. Happy because he had many wives. Would he be afraid of not having grandchildren in the future? Worried because he had many wives. How could her son not be able to control them? If he caused trouble, she was afraid that it would be difficult to handle. No, as a mother, I have to help my son. Meng Xian made up her mind. Thus, she began to call Feng Xianyan, Kai Shiyue, and Bing Ruoshui over, and began to display her power as a mother-in-law. However, before she could use her strength, she found that the 3 women were getting along with each other like guests. Moreover, they all called each other sisters. Their relationship was very good. Only now did she realize that she had worried too much. She thought to herself, this brat is really good at dealing with girls. In the hall, Ling Song's voice was filled with excitement. He said, Xiao, you said you've established a sect, and you want to bring us to the Central Territory? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Grandpa, I've already discussed this matter with the patriarch. I'll listen to your opinion. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. All of a sudden, Ling Song, Ling Chun, Ling Yuan, and the elders of the Ling family all fell into deep thought. The highest elder, Ling He, said, the central region is more prosperous than you think, but it is also full of danger and danger. Shower has already found a safe place for us. If our Ling family can go there, we will definitely become a famous family in the future. I support Shower in this matter. Ling He made his position clear. He had followed Ling Xiao all the way back and learned from Bayushi about Ling Zhao's experiences over the years. He was shocked to the extreme. He was a junior who dared to stand up to the Black Demon Sect, the Gu Clan, the Heaven Shaming Organization, and many other powerful forces. No one would dare to provoke him in the central region. The Ling clan would definitely be more beneficial than harmful if they followed him to the central region. Since the highest elder had made his position clear, the other people present were also moved. The central region was a martial artist's paradise, so of course they all wanted to go there. However, they also knew that it wasn't a joke. Bloodshed could happen at any time. With their strength, it wasn't enough. Take the Supreme Elder for example. Now that his strength had been crippled, they were quite worried in their hearts. Ling Xiao didn't care about what they were thinking. He gave them a few days to think about it, while he found a place to refine pills for the patriarch to restore his dantian. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained the inheritance of the divine alchemist in the obsidian cauldron, he knew all the pill formulas below the 8th rank like the back of his hand. In the central region, if he said he was the best in the pill formulas, no one would dare to say they were second. After all, the divine alchemist had already reached the top position among alchemists. Moreover, he was the most primitive kind of divine alchemist, so he had unparalleled knowledge about pills. In Ling Zhao's inherited memory, there was a top 7th rank pill called Reconstruction Pill. As the name suggested, Reconstruction could remodel a martial artist's dantian, so that the originally destroyed dantian could be condensed again. If a commoner obtained this pill, his dantian could be expanded again, so that he could become a martial artist who could cultivate again. Ling Xiao wanted to refine this pill for the patriarch, so that he could cultivate again. For several days, Ling Xiao did not come out of seclusion. In his designated stone room, from time to time, the smell of spirit herbs wafted out, making everyone in the Ling family extremely excited. They all knew that the 14th elder was concocting pills. In the eyes of the Ling family, the 14th elder was a legendary existence. Not only was he powerful, he was also a high-rank alchemist, and in the Purple Sky sect, he was even an esteemed elder. No matter which aspect, it was enough to make them feel incomparably proud. Suddenly, the sky was densely covered with multicolored clouds, and rays of golden light began to flicker like auspicious clouds, illuminating the Ling family and Meteorite City. When the people of the Ling family and Meteorite City saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, they all widened their eyes and cried out in surprise. What a strange light! It doesn't look like sunlight, nor does it look like the attribute light of an expert. When it shines on people's bodies, it feels warm and comfortable. That is coming from the 14th Elder's alchemy room. Could it be that this is the legendary heavenly phenomenon that will only appear when a 7th grade pill is refined? No, it can't be. 7th grade pills are only recorded in ancient books, and only in the prosperous Central Territory, where experts gather, can people refine them, right? Then how do you explain it? The 14th Elder is a rare genius in our Ling family, and he has long been a 4th grade alchemist. After such a long time, it is not impossible for him to become a 7th grade alchemist. Auspicious clouds fill the sky. The Ling family is blessed this time. It seems that their position in Meteorite City will not be shaken for the next 1,000 years. The heavenly phenomenon naturally meant that a 7th grade pill was refined. In the alchemy room, Ling Xiao carefully put a few translucent and fragrant perfect pills into a bottle. He said to himself with satisfaction, "Not bad, I can refine 6 pills at once. I am not rusty yet." From the inherited memories of the alchemist god, Ling Xiao knew that for pills below the 7th grade, he could at most refine 10 pills at once. That was the most perfect success rate. Now that Ling Xiao could refine 6 pills at once, it was indeed not easy for him to refine a 7th grade alchemist. When he became a saint alchemist, he might be able to refine a 7th grade pill with a higher success rate. When Ling Xiao came out of the stone room, he found that the great elder Ling He, Ling Tsang, and his father were already waiting for him. "Old master, grandfather, father, what are you doing?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Ling He impatiently stepped forward and asked, "Xiao, you said that the pill is done?" When Ling Xiao heard the old master's question, he knew that the old master could not sit still any longer. Although the old master had always been very open-minded, now that he had the opportunity to reconstruct his dantian and cultivate, he was more anxious than anyone else. Ling Xiao touched his nose and said, "Old master, when have I ever not fulfilled my promises?" After he finished speaking, he handed a reconstruction pill that he had prepared earlier to Ling He. Ling Xiao then said, "Old master, if you take it, your dantian will definitely recover within 3 days." Ling He took the pill with a nervous expression. "I hope that Grand Elder can regain his former glory and bring glory to the Ling family." Ling Tsang said to Ling He, "I wish the Great Elder the glory of the Ling family." Ling Zhan, Ling Yuan, and the others also expressed their congratulations. "All right, Xiao, or I won't say anything more." Ling He's eyes were filled with gratitude. After saying this, he turned around and left. He couldn't wait to find a place to consume the medicinal pill in his hand. Ling Tsang walked in front of Ling Xiao and heavily patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Xiao, good job. Now that you've become powerful, you still don't forget about your family. It's really commendable." Thinking back to the past, his grandson was almost crippled. Fortunately, everything was fine now, and he was even more promising. As a grandfather, he was also proud of himself. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Grandfather, what do uncle and the others think? Are they willing to follow me to the central region?" Ling Tsang sighed and said, "Let your uncle do the talking." Ling Yuan said with some dissatisfaction, "Xiao, or they all want to live a peaceful life." Ling Xiao knew the result of Ling Yuan's words. It must be that many of them were used to being kings here, and didn't want to improve. They just wanted to live a peaceful life here, and were satisfied. They didn't want to go to the central region. Ling Xiao could understand them. After all, it took a lot of courage to travel such a long distance to a strange place to start a new life. Ling Xiao didn't force the issue. When he came back, he had already thought about this result. "Uncle, can you count the people who are willing to leave with us? Be ready to gather at any time, and we will leave. This is the root of the Ling family. I believe that you and grandfather have feelings for this place. If the others want to stay, let them take care of it. In the future, when you have time, you can come back often. Ling Xiao said. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Song and the others all looked satisfied. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would be angry and ignore the rest of the Ling family. Xiaoer is right. This is the root of the Ling family. It belongs to our homeland. If they want to stay, let them enjoy life here. My old bones still want to see me, Ling Song said with a smile. Ling Xiao didn't want to dwell on this issue, so he changed the subject and said, Grandfather, I want to see the second and fifth elders. Maybe they will be in charge of the Ling family in the future. Chapter 864. The second elder, Ling Mo, and the fifth elder, Ling Yan, had colluded with outsiders in an attempt to usurp Ling Song's position as the head of the family. Not only had their plot failed, but it had also allowed the Li family, one of the three major families, to take advantage of the situation and almost destroy the Ling family. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Ling Mo knew how to make a choice. He knew how to protect the interests of the Ling family. He took the spirit-burning pill and raised his strength to the king stage, blocking the Li family's army and giving the Ling family a chance to counterattack. However, Ling Mo's cultivation had stagnated, and his lifespan had been reduced by 10 years. As for his younger brother, Ling Yan, he was an accomplice of the rebellion. Like him, he was punished to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes for 10 years. He was also expelled from the Ling family. It could be said that Ling Mo, Ling Yan, and the others who had caused chaos in the past had been completely marginalized. As Ling Song, Ling Yuan, Ling Zhan, and the others grew stronger, the Ling family had gained more development, and they were almost forgotten. Now that Ling Xiao had suddenly brought up this matter, Ling Song was a little surprised. What was even more surprising was that from Ling Xiao's tone, it seemed that he wanted the second elder and the others to take over the Ling family. Xiaoer, are you really going to do this? Ling Song asked Ling Xiao with a look of surprise. The people behind him also looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. Ling Xiao explained, the second elder and the fifth elder are also members of the Ling family. Although they have made mistakes, I'm sure they have repented and turned over a new leaf. Since we are leaving, why not let them take over the reins of the Ling family? I'm sure the other elders won't object. The reason why Ling Xiao had done this was not because he was too soft-hearted, but because he had taken the spirit-burning pill in order to preserve the Ling family's foundation. From this decision, it could be seen that he still had deep feelings for the Ling family. Now that Ling Xiao was leaving with his family, and the other elders would definitely want to take over the position of the family head, there would definitely be internal strife. Thus, it was better for Ling Xiao to use Ling Mo to fulfill his dream of becoming the family head. After all, Ling Mo still had some means to make the Ling family prosperous. Ling Song showed a gratified smile and said, Xiaoer, it seems that you have matured. Some things are more thoughtful than us old men. All right, let's go to the second elder's house. They have suffered enough these years. Back then Ling Song and Ling Mo were good brothers, but they became enemies because of the position of clan head. Ling Song had always been grateful to the previous clan leader for giving him the position of clan leader. However, as the son of the previous clan leader, Ling Mo did not become the clan leader. Ling Song still felt a little guilty towards Ling Mo. Now that Ling Xiao had taken the initiative to ask Ling Mo, Ling Yan, and the others to put them in an important position, Ling Song wouldn't object. Instead, he felt that it was a good idea, and the guilt in his heart also disappeared with the wind. In the northernmost part of Meteor City, there were several simple and crude thatched cottages. This place was sparsely populated, and there was no sign of life to speak of. In front of the thatched cottage, two old men who looked to be in their 60s or 70s were sitting there chatting. The oldest of the two coughed from time to time, and his face was always pale and sickly. The other old man beside him frowned from time to time, and he looked indescribably lonely. These two old men were the two brothers who had been abandoned by the Ling family, Ling Mo and Ling Yan. Apart from them, their children and grandchildren had also been sent to live here, and they could no longer return to the inner courtyard of the Ling family. Their children were all somewhat capable, and they didn't want to stay here with the two of them and be ridiculed for the rest of their lives. Thus, Many of them left the two old men, and left Meteor City to live in other places. Only a few of them still stayed by their side. Second brother. I heard from Ling Xing that the highest elder and Ling Xiao have returned. Ling Yan said to Ling Mo. Ling Mo coughed twice, and his old eyes emitted a bit of sadness as he said, "Yes, the Ling family can be where it is today because of them. We should be happy." Thinking back to everything he had done back then, a strong sense of regret surged in his heart. If he hadn't done that back then, the Ling family today would also have a part of their glory. However, there was no turning back now that they had missed it, and they could only let it go with the wind. Back then, father temporarily entrusted big brother Ling Song to be the clan leader. "We misunderstood father," Ling Yan said lightly, and his expression was indescribably complicated. Ling Mo said, "Yes, if we missed it, then we missed it. Our sins can't be washed away. Just let us watch the Ling family grow stronger, and I will also feel very gratified. However, it's a pity for that child." Ling Xing was the only one of Ling Mo's grandsons who was willing to stay. He Tembin was not weak. Although he had left the Ling family's support over the years, he still relied on his own strength to break through to the low-rank spirit master realm. However, at this stage, without the nurturing of the family, without good opportunities, it would be quite difficult to advance in the future by relying on his own cultivation. As Ling Xing's grandfather, Ling Mo naturally did not want Ling Xing to be buried like this. In his heart, he hoped that Ling Xing could return to the Ling family. Ling Xing has a firm heart. He has his own ambitions. "Big brother, you don't have to worry." Ling Yan comforted. Just as Ling Mo wanted to say something, he coughed a few times. This time he actually coughed up blood. Ling Yan was shocked. "Big brother, I'd better help you back to your room to rest. Don't talk too much." "No. It's not a big deal. I've lived for almost all these years. The only thing I can't let go of is Ling Xing. I want to make a trip back to the clan. Even if I have to beg Ling Song, I have to let Ling Xing return to the Ling family." Ling Mo wiped his mouth and waved his hand. "Big brother, why don't I go? Your body isn't good," Ling Yan said. Ling Yan knew that his big brother was originally a person who cared about his face. Although he had become like this, he had never asked the Ling family for anything all these years. Now that he was willing to give up his face for his grandson, it was truly difficult for him. "No. There's no need to say more. Anyway, I'm also a person who's half in the coffin. My face is nothing." Ling Mo seemed to have already accepted it. At this time, a man in his 30s rushed over with large strides. "Grandpas, you don't have to beg them. I think I'm very good now." This man with a calm expression was Ling Mo's grandson, Ling Xing. On his shoulder, he was carrying an advanced second-stage wild boar. The current Ling Xing was very different from the one from more than 10 years ago. His arrogance was gone, and there was only a steady and resolute look. He had gone from a high and mighty young master of the Ling family to an abandoned and destitute young master. At first, he couldn't accept the reality. However, with the passage of time, his thinking had undergone a great change. The ups and downs of life were oftentimes when people saw their true nature. It turned out that he hated Ling Song and the current Ling family. However, every time he heard his two grandpas talk about that matter, he also understood that the Ling family did not mistreat them. Instead, they were in the wrong first. If they were in the wrong, they would have to bear the responsibility and consequences. Therefore, Ling Xing no longer hoped to return to the Ling family. Instead, he hoped that through cultivation one day he could change his current situation so that his two grandpas could enjoy their old age. Ling Xing threw the wild boar down and walked in front of Ling Mo. He took out an early third-stage spirit herb. This was a crow ginseng king, which had the effect of prolonging one's life. "Grandpa, your body isn't good. Take it first. You don't have to worry about my matters," Ling Xing said. It could be seen that he was very filial now. Both Ling Mo and Ling Yan showed satisfaction in their eyes. At the same time, there was a strong sense of pity. "Child, it's Grandpa's fault for dragging you down," Ling Mo said with some sadness. The better Ling Xing performed, the more uncomfortable he felt. With Ling Xing's Tenbin, the clan would definitely focus on training him. In the future, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a peak spiritual master. With the help of elixirs, he could even step into the king's stage and leap through the dragon's gate. Grandpa, don't say anything. I'm living quite well now, Ling Xing replied. In reality, there was some indescribable worry in his eyes. At this time, someone came to their simple and crude place. Ling Xing looked at the people who came. His eyes jumped and a wave of anger rose. Brothers Ling, old Huang is here to see you. Before those people arrived, an old voice rang out first. There were 6 people in total. The leader was an old man who was about the same age as Ling Emo, Ling Yan, and the others. His name was Huang Hansheng, and he was the old patriarch of an old family in Meteorite City. He had the strength of a high-level spiritual master. Behind him were 2 spiritual masters and 3 mystic realm martial artists. There were 5 men and 1 woman in this group. The woman was the youngest and prettiest of them all. She stood behind Huang Hansheng and appeared a little timid. She looked at Ling Xing with affection in her eyes, but there was also an indescribable grievance in them. Why are you here? Since you don't care about old bones like us, why are you here to show off? Do you think that old bones like us don't have the ability to eat people? Ling Emo looked at Huang Hansheng angrily. He couldn't help but cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. Brother Emo, don't be angry. I came today to tell you 2 things. Huang Hansheng looked at Ling Emo and Ling Yan with disdain. He paused for a moment and said, First, I hope that Ling Xing won't harass my family's Xiaolian in the future. She's not worthy of you abandoned people. Second, we're already connected by marriage with the Qin family. Please go and have a few drinks when you're free. However, I think that Brother Emo isn't feeling well, so you shouldn't go. Let Ling Xing go on your behalf. Huang Hansheng and Ling Emo used to be friends. When Ling Emo held a high position in the Ling family, Huang Hansheng often came to curry favor with Ling Emo, and even planned to marry his granddaughter, Huang Lianyun, to Ling Xing. However, after something happened to Ling Emo and the others, Huang Hansheng immediately drew a clear line between them. However, Ling Xing and Huang Lian seemed to be fated to fall in love. They actually met in the desolate mountains, and the sparks of love were ignited. The 2 of them were in love with each other. After Ling Xing became a spirit master, he thought that with his strength, it was enough for him to propose to the Huang clan. However, he attracted the humiliation of the Huang clan's cultivators, and they stopped Huang Lian from interacting with him. Chapter 865. This matter couldn't be blamed on Huang Hansheng for being so ruthless. If Ling Emo and the others were still part of the Ling family, Huang Hansheng would have immediately married his granddaughter to them. However, Ling Emo and the others were the sinners of the Ling family, and were sent to the edge of the Ling family. If the Huang family married Ling Emo and the others, wouldn't they offend the Ling family that was like the sun in the sky? This matter couldn't be done. Although the Ling family didn't do anything to Ling Emo and the others now, if they really remembered them one day, wouldn't they implicate the Huang family? With this thought, Huang Hansheng told his granddaughter to sever all ties with Ling Xing. However, although Huang Hansheng's original intention was like this, it was a bit too much for him to add insult to injury in front of Ling Emo and the others. Don't go too far. Even if your Huang family despises us for being sinners, don't come here to strut around. Our old bones can still move. Ling Yan was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. In the past decade, because of the matters of his family, there was always a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get over. His strength had stopped improving, but he was still an intermediate spirit master. His strength couldn't be underestimated. Ling Emo was originally a high-level spirit master, but because he used the burning spirit pill, there was a huge side effect that caused his strength to fall back to an intermediate-level spirit master. Ling Xing was also a low-level spirit master. With 3 spirit masters here, they had some confidence that they wouldn't be afraid of Huang Hansheng and the others. Brother Yan's words are too serious. I only came with good intentions to remind you. Huang Hansheng wasn't angry. He smiled faintly and continued. The message has been passed down. You guys are on your own. Ling Xing, be smart. My family Xiaolian isn't someone you can touch. Huang Hansheng said with disdain, and turned to leave with his people. However, at this time, Huang Lian knelt down to Huang Hansheng and cried, Grandfather, please let me be with Brother Xing. We truly love each other. I don't want to marry into the Qin family. Huang Hanqing's expression changed and he shouted, Nonsense, get up. No. Grandfather, I won't get up. I just want to be with Brother Xing. Please grant us our wish. Huang Lian cried. Ling Xing's eyes were red with anger as he clenched his fists tightly. He looked at his beloved woman and called out. Moreover, he didn't want to be with her, but the Huang family didn't like him, so what could he do? This is outrageous. Bring them back. My Huang family has lost all face because of you. They are only the sinners of the Ling family. What's the point of you liking them? Are you going to live with them in this kind of toilet? Don't be naive. Huang Hanqing scolded his granddaughter with a look of exasperation. Ling Mo, Ling Yan, and Ling Xing were infuriated by Huang Hanqing's words, but they felt that they could not refute him. Yes, they were the sinners of the Ling clan and had no status in Meteorite City. Even if they were spirit masters, no one would respect them. Just as Huang Lian was about to be dragged away by the Huang family, Ling Xing blocked their path and shouted, Let go of Lian or. Ling Xing couldn't take it anymore. He really couldn't stand the woman he loved becoming someone else's woman. Who do you think you are? Don't be so shameless. Huang Hanqing looked at Ling Xing with disdain. To be honest, he was quite satisfied with Ling Xing. If Ling Xing was still a member of the Ling clan, then everything would be easy. After all, Ling Xing's cultivation of Tenbin wasn't bad, and was much better than that kid from the Qin clan. However, the two of them couldn't be together. I said, you can't take Lian away unless you step over my dead body. Ling Xing revealed an unprecedented look of determination. Huang Lian looked at Ling Xing, her beautiful eyes filled with tears of gratitude. You're courting death. Huang Hanqing shouted in a low voice. Immediately after, another intermediate spirit master beside him attacked Ling Xing. Ling Yan reacted quickly and wanted to attack the intermediate spirit master, but Huang Hanqing blocked in front of him. Brother Yan, your grandson doesn't know any better. I'll have someone teach him a lesson for you so he doesn't know what's good for him in the future. Ling Xing was only a low-level spirit master, so how could he be a match for the intermediate spirit master? After a few moves he was sent flying. Ling Mo really wanted to help, but he was already a fuel-efficient lamp and couldn't do much. He could only watch unwillingly as he regretted it all. This was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog when it fell to the plains. All of this was his fault, so why did he have to let his grandson suffer all of this injustice? Ling Xing was injured, but he was still like an unyielding wolf and continued to resist. Unfortunately, all he got in return was merciless attacks again and again. The injuries on his body became more and more severe. Ling Yan was blocked by Huang Hanqing and couldn't help him. Huang Lian was already covered in tears. She kept shouting, Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Ling Mo was so angry that he shouted, Huang Hanqing, don't go too far. Quickly tell them to stop. Otherwise, even if I go back to the Ling clan to ask for help, you guys won't have it easy either. He finished speaking in one breath and coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. It could be seen that he was only holding on with his will. Hearing this, Huang Hanqing had no choice but to order his men to stop. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. If Ling Mo was forced into a corner, he might really do as he said and go back to the Ling clan to beg for mercy. Perhaps the Ling clan would really help him. After all, the Ling clan didn't kill Ling Mo and the others. From this, it could be seen that the Ling clan still had some old feelings for Ling Mo and the others. Brother Mo, don't get angry. Be careful not to hurt your body. I'm just teaching a junior a lesson on your behalf. There's no need to take it too seriously. Huang Hanqing said. Then he said to his men, Let's go. Immediately after, he turned around and was about to leave with his men. Ling Yan went over and carried the heavily injured Ling Xing back. He prepared to feed the Crow Ginseng King to him to treat his injuries. You want to leave after bullying a member of our Ling clan? This doesn't seem right. A few figures broke through the air and arrived, and a dissatisfied voice sounded faintly. A powerful aura enveloped Huang Hanqing and the others. They felt suffocated, and their hearts were in turmoil. King stage powerhouses? In Meteorite City, only the Ling clan had a king stage powerhouse. From the other party's tone, it was obvious that they were from the Ling clan. Huang Hanqing couldn't understand for a moment. Weren't Ling Mo and the others punished? Could it be that the Ling clan still cared a lot about these people? A few figures descended from the sky. They were Ling Song, Ling Yuan, Ling Zhan, and Ling Xiao. In fact, they had arrived a long time ago. It was just that they were observing Ling Mo and Ling Yan from high up in the sky. They wanted to know what they were thinking. If they regretted their actions and still had their clan in their hearts, then it was fine to bring them back to their clan. However, if they didn't repent, then sorry, they would never be able to step into their clan again in their lifetime. They didn't expect that after observing for a while, such a good show would actually play out. Ling Song originally wanted to send Huang Hanqing and the others away, but Ling Xiao stopped Ling Song from doing so, because it was often in the most dangerous times that one's true nature could be seen. At that time, people would be most grateful if they extended a helping hand. Clan leader. Ling Mo and Ling Yan's throats were a little dry. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They didn't expect Ling Song to come at this time. After hearing Ling Song's words, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. When Huang Hanqing and the others saw who had come, they were all sweating profusely. Both the previous and current clan leaders of the Ling clan had come in person. Their hearts sank. If they were to pursue the matter, would the Huang clan still have a way out? Ling Song glared at Huang Hanqing and the others and shouted, "How dare you? How dare you bully the people of the Ling clan?" His voice contained the power of a king-stage powerhouse. It shook the eardrums of Huang Hanqing and the others. The two mystic warriors couldn't take it anymore. They spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Old clan leader Ling, please forgive us. We didn't mean it." Huang Hanqing didn't know how to explain. He looked extremely panicked. With their strength, it would be a piece of cake for Ling Song to kill them. He really regretted coming here today to warn Ling Xing and the others. "I know you didn't mean it." Ling Song glared at Huang Hanqing, and a wave of king-stage power pressed down on them. Apart from Huang Lian, everyone from the Huang clan was sent flying. They vomited blood. Ling Song ignored them and walked to Ling Mo and Ling Yan. With a complicated look in his eyes, he said, "I've made you suffer. Let's go back to the clan together." No matter what, they were brothers of the same root. Ling Song was a bit more soft-hearted. Seeing Ling Mo and Ling Yan's situation, he felt that the clan's decision was wrong. Hearing this, Ling Mo and Ling Yan's eyes flashed with excitement. However, the two of them were still able to control their emotions. They knelt to Ling Song and said, "Thank you for your forgiveness, clan leader. However, we are sinners of the clan. How can we return to the clan?" "You don't need to say anything else. Back then, when the old patriarch gave me the position, it was my greatest honor. You are the brothers of the old patriarch, and you are also my brothers. Let all the grudges and grievances of the past go with the wind. That place is your home," Ling Song said with a sigh. After hearing Ling Song's words, Ling Mo and Ling Yan almost cried. They also wanted to return to the clan one day. However, they had committed great crimes. How could they go back? The arrival of Ling Song and his group, as well as his words, were like charcoal in the middle of a snowstorm, allowing them to see the moon and the clouds to part. Instantly, they felt much happier. Thank you, clan leader." Ling Mo was so emotional that he vomited another mouthful of blood and fainted. From the looks of it, he was most likely dead. "Grandfather." Ling Xing crawled up and exclaimed. Just as Ling Yan was about to catch his big brother, someone else caught his big brother faster than him. Ling Xiao immediately caught Ling Mo's body and said, "Second elder, the Ling clan still needs you to return to the clan. You can't die like this." After saying that, he took out a high-grade pill and stuffed it into Ling Mo's mouth. Chapter 866. Ling Mo and Ling Yan never dreamed that they would have a chance to return to the clan. Huang Hanqing never thought that he would be so unlucky. Of all the times he could have bullied Ling Mo and the others, he had to choose Ling Song and the others to take them back. Today he bumped into them. He had the urge to bang his head against the wall. Today he taught Ling Xing a harsh lesson. If the Ling clan took revenge on the Huang clan in the future, wouldn't that be terrible? The more Huang Hanxing thought about it, the more afraid he became. Finally, his gaze fell on his uninjured granddaughter. Whether we can avoid this disaster depends on Xiao Lian. Maybe we can even get close to the Ling clan. Huang Hanxing's eyes flashed, and he quickly made a decision in his heart. Ling Mo was a person who was easy to deal with, but Ling Xiao gave him a 7th-grade healing elixir. A 7th-grade healing elixir was a high-grade elixir for Mystic Emperor stage injuries. To refine it, many high-grade precious spirit herbs were needed, and each had a unique effect. Ling Mo was only a spirit master, and he suddenly received such a huge supplement. He only felt that his body was suddenly filled with a powerful force. The meridians and muscles in his body that were already showing signs of aging were constantly being warmed and cleansed by this force. His organs actually recovered their vitality again. How many years had it been? Ling Mo hadn't felt so comfortable. That feeling was as if he had returned to his youth, that hot-blooded and impulsive era. It was as if he had endless power to do anything at every moment. That kind of feeling really left him with an endless aftertaste. Seeing that Ling Mo's complexion was getting better, and his aura was faintly showing signs of returning to a high-grade spirit master, Ling Yan and Ling Xing were extremely excited. Their expressions were filled with excitement, and they glanced at Ling Xiao at the same time. Their hearts were filled with incomparable gratitude. Back then, they thought of ways to get rid of him. Now he actually disregarded the past and helped them. This kindness was enough to be engraved in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Ling Xing even knelt in front of Ling Xiao and said, Many thanks to Elder Ling Xiao for saving my grandfather. Ling Xing has no way to repay you. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. Ling Xing spoke in such a serious manner that it was obvious that he was extremely grateful. However, why would Ling Xiao care about a spirit master's servant? We're all brothers, there's no need to say such things. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and then stuffed 2 pills into his hands. Take them, they'll be good for you. Ling Xing did not hesitate and immediately swallowed the 2 elixirs. However, as the pill landed, Ling Xing's expression changed greatly. Ling Yan also noticed Ling Xing's abnormality and asked nervously, Xing, what's wrong with you? Ling Xing didn't have time to answer Ling Yan's question. He sat down cross-legged on the ground, and his aura actually began to rise at this moment. Ling Song patted Ling Yan's shoulder. Don't worry, Xiao Air won't harm him. Ling Yan had already sensed Ling Xing's condition. He couldn't help but tear up. Thank you, Elder Ling Xiao. Thank you, Elder Ling Xiao. Thank you, Elder Clan Leader. Thank you. Ling Yan was already unable to use words to express the gratitude in his heart. Not only did he save someone, he also helped Ling Xing raise his cultivation by 1 level. This magnanimity made him feel extremely guilty. That's right, among the elixirs that Ling Xiao had given to Ling Xing, apart from a healing elixir, there was also a spirit-breaking elixir. Ling Xiao wanted to help Ling Xing improve his strength to the next level. He did this because of Ling Xing's filial piety, as well as his personality of daring to love and hate. If Ling Xing was a coward, Ling Xiao wouldn't have given this pill to his cousin. Half a day later, Ling Mo's injuries were basically fine. After he completely absorbed the medicinal properties of the pill, he would definitely be able to recover to his peak condition. Even the side effects of the spirit-burning pill would disappear. After all, the medicinal properties of a 7th-grade pill were extraordinary. If a low-level cultivator like him absorbed it, most of the medicinal properties would be wasted. Ling Xing had been seriously injured by the Huang clan. Now his injuries had not only recovered, but his strength had also broken through a level, becoming a middle spirit master. This made him extremely happy, and he thanked Ling Xiao and the others profusely. All right, I'll leave them to you to deal with. No matter what, our Ling clan won't be bullied for nothing. Ling Song said to Ling Mo and the others with a gratified expression. Things had taken a turn for the better, and it was the Huang clan's turn to be bullied again. However, Ling Mo and the others didn't make a move against Huang Hanxing and the others. They only retorted with a few sarcastic words, and in the end, they left the decision to Ling Xing. After all, Ling Xing liked their daughter, and might become their son-in-law in the future. They would just treat it as them being magnanimous and forgiving them. Huang Hanxing naturally lowered his attitude to the lowest level. He completely put on a fawning appearance, and didn't have any of his original prestige. In the end, he patted his chest and agreed to marry Huang Lianyun to Ling Xing. Even though he knew that Huang Hanxing did this to save his life, Ling Xing couldn't stand Huang Lian's pleading gaze and could only give up. Just as Ling Xing waved his hand to let Huang Hanxing and the others leave, Ling Xiao spoke. He said indifferently, "In the future, your Huang clan will be subordinate to our Ling clan." Subordinate meant that the Huang clan would be managed by the Ling clan and become a subsidiary clan of the Ling clan. This also meant that the future generations of the Huang clan would be under the Ling clan's command. They would see the Ling clan as the master, and they would only be servants. This was a bit similar to the dependence between different powers. However, the Ling clan and the Huang clan were both in the same place, so the relationship between master and subordinate was obvious. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Huang Hanxing almost stumbled and fell. If that was the case, then their Huang clan would complete what belonged to the Ling clan in the future. However, if they didn't submit, then their Huang clan would probably disappear from Meteorite City today. Through the conversation just now, he already knew that the young man in front of him was a rare genius of the Ling clan. No, it should be the most outstanding demon in the history of the Ling clan, Ling Xiao. Everything that the Ling clan had now was inextricably linked to Ling Xiao. His words definitely carried enormous weight in the Ling clan. There was no need to doubt his words. Ling Tsong and the others were stunned when they heard Ling Zhao's words. Then, their eyes were filled with admiration. If Huang Hanxing and the others were allowed to leave just like that, it would be a disgrace to the #1 clan in Meteorite City. Although it was a fact that Huang Lian was going to marry Ling Xing, it didn't mean that the Huang clan could escape punishment. And Ling Zhao's decision undoubtedly revealed his decisiveness as a palace master. His hand was broken. Huang Hanxing and the others had no other choice. With the return of Ling Mo and the others, Ling Xiao and the others also sped up their journey out of Meteorite City. In the end, only half of the Ling clan decided to leave with Ling Xiao and the others. The other half stayed in Meteorite City. Most of the people who left with the Ling clan were direct descendants of Ling Tsong and Ling Yuan. The others hoped to go out and see the world. They were brave people who believed that Ling Xiao would bring them a brand new life. Those who stayed behind were the more conservative members of the Ling clan. No matter how tempting the outside world was, they felt that their home was warmer. They preferred to be flattered by others in Meteorite City. In the end, Ling Mo and Ling Yin did not return to the clan to take up the position of clan leader. Instead, they returned to take up the position of the previous generation elders. It was worth mentioning that before Ling Xiao and the others left, Ling Mo successfully broke through to the king stage. Not long after Ling Xiao and the others left, Ling Mo successfully broke through to the king stage. Like Ling Chun, he became the new pillar of the Ling clan and protected the Ling clan. As for the position of clan leader, before Ling Xiao and the others left, they held a general election for the position of clan leader. In the end, Ling Ho, a cousin of the same generation as Ling Yuan, was elected. Although his cousin's cultivation of tenbin was not as outstanding as that of Ling Yuan and the others, he had also reached the level of a high-level spiritual master. The reason why he was elected to the position of clan leader was because he was very popular, steady, and had made a lot of contributions to the Ling clan. He was also someone who could pass the test. His election to the position of clan leader was expected by everyone. In order to stabilize Ling Ho's position in the Ling clan, Ling Xiao naturally left him the king pill. At the same time, he left many things that he thought were substandard in the Ling clan. Ling Ho and the other previous generation elders looked after them and distributed them as rewards to encourage future generations to cultivate. Ling Xiao stayed in the Ling clan for about a month and finally left Meteorite City. In order to save time, Ling Xiao naturally could not let the others leave on foot. He directly put everyone in the Ling clan into the space of the medicine cauldron and rushed to the Purple Sky sect. The Ling clan members who left with Ling Xiao were shocked again. They never thought that Ling Xiao would actually be able to put all of them into an unknown space. While they were shocked, they also rejoiced that they had followed the right person because the stronger Ling Xiao was, the better their future would be. When they rushed back to the Purple Sky sect, Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang had already returned to the small courtyard where they had agreed to meet. Accompanying them was the charm sect protector elder, who was also their master, Xian Yulu. She was already at the peak of the mid-level heavenly venerable one, and was one of the top 2 or 3 cultivators in the northwest. Aside from the Light Star Hall's old hall master, she was the most powerful cultivator. Xian Yulu only had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, but she still looked attractive and charming. She was clearly very good at maintaining her looks. In addition, Ji Beixin's grandfather, Ji Tu, had also returned from an errand. The people that Ling Xiao wanted to bring with him were all picked up from the Purple Sky sect. Wen Qidi was also among them. Wen Qidi was not part of Ling Xiao's plan, but Luo Meiying had asked him to bring her along. He had no reason to refuse and could only bring her along with him. When everyone had arrived, Ling Xiao hurriedly led them out of the Purple Sky sect. When they left, all the elders of the Purple Sky sect came out to see them off. The scene was a little grand and everyone could not help but sigh. They knew that after this departure, they did not know how many years it would be before they could return again. The next stop, Ling Xiao did not directly bring his people to the Blood Devil territory. Instead, he went to the Thousand Beast City and entered the Thousand Beast Cave. Chapter 867. When passing by the Thousand Beast City, Ling Xiao resisted the urge to see the beautiful Lu sisters. However, don't think that he had any impure thoughts. He just came here and thought of his old friends. Ling Xiao led the group into the den of myriad beasts. They arrived at a beautiful place in the depths of the den. This was the place where the 36 sects in the northwest used to hold their vows, and where the heaven-suppressing sect's secret realm was located. Why did Ling Xiao come here with a group of people? Naturally, he had his own plans for this. It was easy for Ling Xiao and the others to open the hidden restrictive formation here. After all, the heaven-suppressing sect was not hidden by the space energy of the Sage Realm, but by some illusionary means used by some masters to make people unable to see the location of the heaven-suppressing sect. In the past, it took dozens of Earth's sovereign realm cultivators to open the restrictive formation. Now Ling Xiao's subordinates could completely break it, and the restrictive formation disappeared. All the appearances of the heaven-suppressing sect were also revealed in the Thousand Beast Cave. After this, the heaven-suppressing sect would no longer be a secret realm. At most, it would be a relic. Ling Xiao ordered his people to guard the area and not let anyone or spirit beasts come close. Then he let out all the people of his family. The people of the Ling family found that they suddenly came to a strange place, and thought that they were in the central region. They were all confused. But when they saw that it was a barren mountain, they felt that it was not the case. But when they saw the ancient palaces built on the towering mountains not far away, they were shocked. Although these palaces were dilapidated, they could still imagine how magnificent they were when they were whole. The people of the Ling family came from a small place and had never seen such a scene. Naturally, they were surprised. "Xiao, where are we?" Ling He asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao explained, "This is a secret realm in the Thousand Beast Cave in the northwest. It was the only 6th grade sect, the heaven-suppressing sect, which was destroyed 10,000 years ago." Although the outside world had always said that the heaven-suppressing sect was a 6th grade sect, Ling Xiao knew that this place was comparable to a 5th grade sect. "Why did you bring us here?" Ling Tsong interrupted. The other people of the Ling family also looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. "Old master, grandfather, the people of our Ling family are too weak. I want you to choose a group of clansmen with good potential, and let them accept the inheritance here. That way you can quickly advance and increase your strength," Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao was speaking the truth. Now only Ling He, Ling Tsong, Ling Yuan, Ling Zhan, and Meng Xian were at the king level or above. The rest of the people of the Ling family were below Spirit Master, and most were Xian or Xian cultivators. King Stage was considered an expert in the northwest, but in the central region, it was the lowest level of existence. Spirit Masters, Mystic Warriors, and Mystic Warriors could only be considered as ordinary martial artists. They didn't have any status. Although Ling Xiao wanted to strengthen his family, it would take a lot of time with his own strength. He didn't have the leisure to do this, so when he came back from the central region, he thought of the heaven-suppressing sect. Was there an inheritance in the heaven-suppressing sect? Even if he asked the geniuses of the Northwest who had entered the heaven-suppressing sect, they wouldn't be able to answer. But Ling Xiao was sure that there was an inheritance. Ling Xiao brought a group of elites personally picked by Ling Tsang and Ling Yuan to the heaven-suppressing sect. Although Ling Xiao had only stayed in the heaven-suppressing sect once, he had stayed for almost 3 months. At that time, he thought he would be trapped here for the rest of his life. He didn't expect to be lucky enough to escape in the end. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Savage Leopard. Ling Xiao brought everyone to an extremely desolate place. Gusts of cold wind blew past, making everyone in the Ling family feel cold. From time to time, there would be some strange sounds that made their hair stand on end. In this desolate place, there was a huge stone. It was steady and majestic, but it also revealed a sense of desolation. Mausoleum. 2 big words that were like silver hooks and iron chains appeared in front of everyone. When had the Ling family ever seen such powerful words? For a moment, they were all attracted by those 2 words. It would have been better if they didn't see it, but once they saw it, those who were weaker directly vomited blood. Luckily, Ling Xiao was quick to react. "Wake up," he shouted. Then his aura pressed towards the huge stone. Everyone in the Ling family was awakened by Ling Xiao's shout, and they all broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, they seemed to have seen a terrifying swordsman use a powerful sword intent to kill them. They didn't even have the ability to fight back and were almost killed. There are restrictions here, and these are words carved by a peak Empyrean. They have the intent of an Empyrean. "You are too weak, so you won't be able to withstand it," explained Ling Xiao. This was the place where he had broken through to the king level. Moreover, he had studied the restrictions here and understood the mysteries of this place. Thinking back, he had almost been shocked by the aura here. "All of you back off." After saying this, Ling Xiao punched the mausoleum. Hearing Ling Xiao's warning, everyone retreated, but they were all waiting to see what Ling Xiao was going to do. When they saw that Ling Xiao was waving his fist at the majestic stone, they were all shocked. None of them knew how strong Ling Xiao was, but Ling Xiao had just said that these words were carved by a peak Empyrean. Without the strength of a Empyrean, could this huge stone be destroyed? However, in the next moment, all of them were dumbfounded. Bang! A huge explosion rang out, and the huge stone immediately shattered into pieces. The powerful aura caused the surroundings to shake. Most of the Ling family members were so scared that they fell to the ground. Only a few people could still stand. Their faces were pale. They were weak, but they could still feel that in front of this fist that could shake heaven and earth. They were like ants that couldn't withstand a single blow. They all exclaimed in their hearts, "Is the 14th elder already a Empyrean?" Ling Xiao said calmly, "This mausoleum is the burial place of all the strong cultivators of the heaven-suppressing sect. Inside, there is the inheritance of their sect. Whether or not you can obtain the inheritance depends on your own luck. Take care of yourselves." Things like inheritance depended on one's own luck. It was not something that could be forced. If they could obtain the recognition of the will left behind by the strong cultivator, then they could smoothly obtain the inheritance. If they could not obtain the recognition, then no matter what they did, it would be useless. Therefore, Ling Xiao said the ugly words first, so that everyone would think that they would definitely obtain the inheritance after going in. As soon as Ling Xiao's words fell, Ling Tsang began to let his people enter the mausoleum one by one. Seeing the Ling family members enter one by one, Ling Tao was anxious. "Xiao Er, why don't you let me in? Is it because third uncle's tenbin is not enough?" Ling Tao asked Ling Xiao with a fawning expression. He couldn't understand why Ling Xiao allowed most of the people to enter, but not him and a dozen youths and young people from the other families. After all, this was the inheritance of an earthly king or even a heavenly master. Ling Tsang and Ling Yuan also looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. The people who didn't enter were the best in the Ling family's tenbin. Logically speaking, they should be the ones who entered the mausoleum the most. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Although those who have accepted the inheritance can advance to a certain level without any bottleneck, once they reach the level of the person who left the inheritance, it is almost impossible to advance any further, unless they have a perfect physique. I just don't want third uncle to only have the strength of an earthly king or a heavenly master. There are more powerful existences above that. Ling Xiao said meaningfully. His meaning should be very clear. He didn't want the small number of people who didn't enter to only have the strength of an earthly king or a heavenly master as their ultimate goal. They should aim for a higher level of strength. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the eyes of Ling Ling, Ling Yuan, Ling Tao, and the others all lit up. Good boy, I knew you wouldn't mistreat me. Ling Tao was very excited and patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder. Ling Tsong smiled and said, Xiao heir, if you have your own plans, then we don't have to worry. Ling Xiao looked at them again and said, when we get to the central region, I will refine your physiques. When you cultivate, you will get twice the results. Your current strength is still too low. In the central region, you are just ordinary people. Ling He interrupted. That's right. When I broke through to the king stage, I thought that the world was free for me. I didn't expect to find that I was a frog at the bottom of a well when I went to the central region. This little bit of strength is not worth mentioning. Any one of them can easily crush me to death. After listening to Ling Xiao and Ling He's words, Ling Tsong and the others were a little nervous. They didn't know what kind of life awaited them in the central region. Could they establish a foothold there with their little bit of strength? It was no wonder that Ling Xiao had allowed a group of them to accept the inheritance. His goal was to let them improve their strength as soon as possible. Only with strength would they have a better right to speak. At that time, Ling Xiao knew that these people from the Ling family were only ordinary in the Tenbin. If they could reach the strength of an earthly king or a heavenly master in their lifetime, they could be considered to have benefited a lot. On the other hand, the slightly better members of the Tenbin that were left behind were the people that Ling Xiao focused on fostering for the Ling family. All of you don't have to worry too much. I still have some influence in the central region. All of you don't have to worry about being bullied when you get there. Xiao will take care of everything for all of you. Ling Xiao spoke very calmly. With his current reputation and the forces of the Proud Smile Palace, there weren't many powers that dared to offend him. This was something that Ling Xiao was very confident about. Ling He laughed at the side and said, Haha, Xiao, you're being modest. Others didn't know about Ling Xiao's situation, but Ling He did. On the way back, he'd heard Bai Yushi talk about Ling Xiao's deeds on many occasions, and he felt proud of Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. A young man that was only a low-level cultivator a dozen years ago had become a genius of a generation in a place where experts were numerous like the clouds. Just thinking about it made others feel that it was the birth of a miracle. Chapter 868. Of the 100 or so people who went in, some were happy and some were sad. Those who were happy were those who obtained the inheritance, and those who were worried were those who didn't have the opportunity. Ling Xiao had already expected such a result. Ling Xiao comforted the people who had lost their memories, and left the heaven-suppressing sect with everyone. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that not long after they left, there was a craze of luck bumping. Many people from the sects in the northwest knew that the restriction of the original secret realm had been forcefully broken by someone, and would never exist again. The ruins of the heaven-suppressing sect were all revealed in front of them. Many sects sent experts over, hoping to find opportunities in the heaven-suppressing sect. After all, this was once the strongest sect in the northwest. Although it had been destroyed, everyone knew that there must be many good things left behind. As waves of people came, a small number of people picked up Pingyi. There were even people who went to the tomb and were lucky enough to obtain the inheritance, becoming the top experts of the Northwest in the future. After a few months, Ling Xiao brought everyone back to Wine Cloud City. As the overall strength of the Ling family was still very weak, Ling Xiao arranged for them to live in the city. Before this, Ling Xiao had already planned to bring his people over. He had already divided an area for his people to live in, and arranged many high-level guards to protect them. Since Ling Xiao let them come over, he naturally wouldn't treat them badly. At the same time, Ling Xiao brought his grandfather, parents, Mu Huai, Mu Ng2, Xi and Li Sun Xiaonan, and a dozen outstanding youths of the Ling family into the space base of the Proud Smiling Palace to cultivate. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to bring Ling Yuan and Ling Tao in, but considering that the rest of the Ling family didn't have a leader here, he let the two of them stay for the time being, and let their people live for a period of time, let them adapt to the life here. These people had never been to the central region before. When they first arrived at Wind Cloud City, they were shocked speechless by the huge city. When they looked at the powerful cultivators walking around, they felt that they were like commoners that were not worth mentioning. They felt a deep sense of inferiority. At first, they didn't dare to take half a step out of their homes, afraid that they would accidentally provoke a terrifying expert and be killed without knowing what happened. However, when they found out that this city was under the control of Ling Xiao, and that it had powerful guards, they finally understood why Ling Xiao had brought them all the way here. It turned out that Ling Xiao had already paved the way for them. They just had to live and cultivate hard. Later on, they even found out about Ling Xiao's shocking accomplishments in battle in the Central Territory, and they were extremely astounded while their feelings of worship towards Ling Xiao grew even more endless. After Ling Xiao returned with his people, he immediately summoned Xian Yao and Yi Yunfeng to listen to the happenings of the Smiling Palace in the past year. They learned that all the peaks and sub-halls had finished recruiting disciples. After the first round of selection, there were more than 300 inner disciples and more than 3,000 outer disciples. These were the first batch of fresh blood of the Smiling Palace, and they were the future pillars of the Smiling Palace. At the same time, Ling Xiao asked about the movements of the Black Demon sect, the Gu family, and the Sha Tian organization. He was relieved to find that there was nothing against the Smiling Palace. Next, Ling Xiao took some time to teach Luo Meiying how to understand the power of the world, so that she could master the power of her body as soon as possible. Of course, Luo Meiying's body and mind were not completely taken care of. During this period of time, Luo Meiying was the most comfortable and carefree. Although she had died once, after coming back to life, she was able to reunite with her lover. They could cultivate and discuss martial arts together. This was the life that she had always longed for. Other women would not have a problem with Ling Xiao accompanying Luo Meiying alone. Everyone knew that Luo Meiying had risked her life to save their man. Apart from teaching Luo Meiying, Ling Xiao did not forget to give Xian Li and Feng Lingtian some pointers. Ling Xiao had rich battle experience. With him teaching the three of them gained a lot. Feng Lingtian, who had never been by his father's side, finally planted the seed of worship for Ling Xiao in his heart. He looked forward to the day when he could become a hero who stood shoulder to shoulder with his father. Time passed in peace. Ling Xiao did not deliberately practice. He only stayed with his family. Occasionally he would have sex with a few women. His days were free and unfettered. Although this kind of peaceful life was very pleasing, it was not what Ling Xiao wanted the most. The path of a martial artist was to advance or retreat. Now Ling Xiao was only a high-level heavenly venerable. Above him, there was still the Xian Emperor, the Saint, the Holy Emperor. There were many realms that he had not reached. He did not want to advance slowly like this. Moreover, the Palace Master of the Sha Tian organization and the Black Demon of the Black Demon sect were both high-level saints. Ling Xiao had already chosen to be enemies with them, so he had to continue on this path. They had not attacked him with all their strength yet, because they had reservations. Once he walked alone in the central region in the future, they might seize the opportunity to kill him. Moreover, Ling Xiao's thoughts weren't just limited to the central region. He also yearned to enter the heavenly region that only saints could enter. He wanted to see exactly how gods differed from mortals. At the same time, he wanted to search for his master, the demonic emperor. With so many goals in front of him, Ling Xiao did not have much leisure time. The reason why he could stay by his family's side for the past year was to prepare for this long journey. Meiying, you have more or less understood the basic profound meaning. You still need to experience it slowly. I believe that you will be able to comprehend it soon, Ling Xiao said to Luo Meiying, who was in his arms. Luo Meiying's sexy figure squeezed into Ling Xiao's arms. Her full breasts were deformed. She liked to snuggle up to her beloved man like this. She said with a little shame, "Xiao, don't you think that I am very stupid? It has been a year and I have not comprehended the power of the world." During this year, Ling Xiao had given her a lot of guidance. However, apart from some small achievements in the cultivation of Xian skills, she had not been able to comprehend the power of the world that belonged to her. This made her feel very depressed. She now had a body full of spiritual energy, but she was unable to use it. Ling Xiao caressed Luo Meiying's beautiful hair with pity and said, "This kind of thing is haste makes waste. How many people have spent decades, or even hundreds of years to comprehend their own power of the world? You have only cultivated for a short period of time. How can you comprehend it so quickly?" He comforted her and then said, "However, it is not impossible for you to comprehend the power of the world faster." Luo Meiying's beautiful eyes raised and said, "You have a way?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "The best way is to go out and gain experience. Let me enrich my fighting experience, let me broaden my horizons, and let my life be full." The power of the world required a martial artist to fuse and comprehend everything they had experienced in their life, to grasp their own unique fighting style. If one wanted to comprehend the power of the world, they could not just blindly cultivate and comprehend it. On the contrary, it would be easier to comprehend it if they went out and gained experience. After listening to Ling Xiao's suggestion, Luo Meiying became excited. Speaking of which, her cultivation process was really too short. There was even a gap of more than 10 years. Her experience in various aspects was still lacking. She wanted to go out and test the power of her body to see what kind of realm she had reached. The purpose of Ling Xiao's suggestion was that he planned to bring Luo Meiying along on this long journey and enrich her life. This way, she would be able to adapt to her powerful strength more quickly. Before Ling Xiao left, he definitely had to tell his woman and the others about his trip, so that they wouldn't be worried because they didn't know his itinerary. However, at this time, there was another piece of news that caused Ling Xiao to completely change his itinerary, and this news was great news for him. It was the first time in more than 10 years that he had received accurate news about Yun Mingqi. Who was Yun Mingqi? That was the first woman Ling Xiao's heart had palpitated with, the first woman he had loved, and his first purest love. It could be said that Yun Mingqi was Ling Xiao's first love, and also the most important woman in his heart. Ling Xiao had come to the central region from the Purple Heavens sect to search for her. Unfortunately, even though he had flattened the water sect and spread the news throughout the central region, there had been no news of her. Now that this news had suddenly arrived, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Ling Xiao grabbed Xian Yao's shoulders and asked excitedly, "Fraud, you just said that someone knows where Mengqi is this true?" This was the first time Xian Yao had seen Ling Xiao so excited. He could tell that Yun Mingqi had an irreplaceable weight in Ling Xiao's heart. Xian Yao said, "Young master, don't be so excited. I can only say that there are some clues, but I haven't confirmed it yet." "What clues? Hurry up and tell me," Ling Xiao asked impatiently. This outsider said that he found the whereabouts of the water sect's Yin He. "Didn't you say that Miss Mingqi took her as her master? I think that if we find her, we might know where Miss Mingqi is," Xian Yao replied. "That's right. I will definitely make that bitch Yin He pay the price." Ling Xiao gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know her well, he wouldn't have let Yin He take Yun Mingqi away. This matter had always been in his heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, someone said that Yin He has already become a martial emperor. Xian Yao said after a moment of hesitation, "If she has become a martial emperor, then she has become a martial emperor." What? She has become a martial emperor? Ling Xiao casually replied, but he suddenly thought of something and raised his voice by several times. His expression was filled with incomparable anger and nervousness. Xian Yao nodded, confirming what he had just said. Ling Xiao suddenly became absent-minded. He muttered, She should have broken through on her own." Ling Xiao's battle strength was comparable to that of a martial emperor. He originally didn't care that Yin He could break through to the mystic emperor, but when he thought about whether Yin He had used Yun Mingqi as a cauldron and absorbed all of her essence to break through, if that was the case, then didn't that mean that Yun Mingqi? Chapter 869. The sun rose from the east and illuminated the earth. There was a vast and boundless sea to the east of the central region. This sea occupied almost a third of the central region's surface area. One could imagine how vast the East Sea was. The Dongfang family was the closest to the East Sea. They were the most ancient family among all the families and had existed since 100,000 years ago. They had always occupied the shores of the East Sea, and no one had been able to shake their position. As the saying goes, one relies on the mountain, and one relies on the water to draw on the water. The East Sea was vast and boundless. Naturally, there would be no shortage of spirit herbs and spirit beasts in this area. Even rare treasures at the bottom of the sea would not be difficult to find. The spirit beasts at the bottom of the sea were not any weaker than the spirit beasts on land. In fact, they had an innate advantage that other spirit beasts could not compare to in their domain. Aside from the threat of spirit beasts in the sea, there would also be tsunamis from time to time. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to contend against them. Therefore, ordinary cultivators would need to be cautious if they wanted to come here to make a fortune. As the number one family in this area, they had naturally relied on this sea to make a name for themselves. They had obtained many rare treasures from the East Sea. Not only had they strengthened their foundation, they had also accumulated more wealth and created more water attribute cultivators. Of course, the East Sea was not exclusive to the Dongfang family. It was also a paradise for cultivators of the water attribute. Many cultivators of the water attribute like to come to places with rich water attribute spiritual energy to cultivate. The East Sea was undoubtedly the place with the highest concentration of water attribute cultivators. The East Sea was the place with the highest proportion of water attribute cultivators. Among the 5 cultivators in this area, 3 of them belonged to the water attribute. The East Sea city was the largest city under the direct control of the Dongfang family. It was also one of the top 10 cities in the central region. Shops could be found everywhere, and countless cultivators walked to and fro. The official roads of all sizes were bustling with activity. On one of the main roads, a young man and a young woman walked hand in hand like a newly married couple. It was a very warm and eye-catching sight. The young man was like the son of a noble. His actions naturally revealed the aura of a superior, giving people the feeling that he was a natural leader. He always had a faint smile on his face. No matter which woman saw him, they would feel that he was very charming. The young woman, on the other hand, had a voluptuous figure. When she walked, she gave people a feeling of swaying in the wind. She was so sexy and intoxicating. Her firm breasts and round buttocks were always full of temptation. Like a naive child who had never seen the world, she looked around from time to time, occasionally pointing at some strange things with a look of surprise and delight. The young man beside her only nodded his head in agreement. His expression showed that he wasn't going to be able to swallow it. The young couple who had come to Donghai City were Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying. Why did they appear here? This naturally had a lot to do with the news from Yin Mingqi. Look at your bitter face. If you don't find that bitch soon, you won't be able to play with me happily. Luo Meiying pouted her sexy lips as she looked at Ling Xiao, who was in low spirits. Luo Meiying knew that this trip was very important to Ling Xiao. However, when she saw such a big city like the Donghai City, she couldn't help but be curious and happy. Who asked her to come from the northwest? It was like a country bumpkin entering a city. There were beautiful things everywhere. Ling Xiao patted Luo Meiying's hand and said, "And I have let Mingqi down. I have to find out about her as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace." Ever since he found out about Yin Mingqi, Ling Xiao rushed from Wind Cloud City to the Donghai City without stopping. Most importantly, he heard that the slut Yin Lotus had broken through to the Mystic Arch. This made him extremely uneasy about Yin Mingqi's safety. When he was rushing to the Donghai City, Ling Xiao asked Xian Yao to do a divination. He wanted to know if Yin Mingqi was still alive. However, even his divinatory powers had failed. He couldn't tell if Yin Mingqi was dead or alive. This caused Ling Xiao's heart to be in a mess. No matter if Yin Mingqi was dead or alive, Ling Xiao swore that he would find the mystic Tharch Yin He and ask her about it. According to the news, Yin He had appeared near the Donghai City. She had fought with someone for a Tier 7 spirit herb. She had displayed her mystic Thearka's strength and killed her opponent in an overwhelming manner. The person who brought the news had coincidentally seen the show and heard Yin He's name. That was how he managed to find Ping Yi, who could earn a lot of mystic crystals. There were many missions to find Yin Mingqi and Yin He's whereabouts in all the big cities. In the central region, there was a special place for missions to be issued. That place was called the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild mainly accepted all kinds of missions and issued them at the same time. The ones who issued the missions were the employers. The ones who completed the missions were the mercenaries or the itinerant cultivators. The employers spent mystic crystals to hire people to help them achieve their goals. The mercenaries were the ones who completed the missions and earned a lot of crystals from it. These mercenary guilds were not owned by a powerful force. They were established by the various cities. The income of the mercenary guilds was earned by the cities themselves. Wind Cloud City and the Donghai City also had their own mercenary guilds. The various mercenary guilds would have special contacts for missions. The news that Ling Xiao received from he came from the mercenary guild. Ling Xiao brought Luo Meiying to the mercenary guild in the Donghai City. There were already many boorish men gathered here. They all had extraordinary auras. Most of them were King tier and Earth Sovereign tier mercenaries. There were also many heavenly venerables. Those who were heavenly venerables were at least the leaders of a team, or even a regiment. When these mercenaries saw Luo Meiying, they couldn't help but whistle. Luo Meiying's body was too voluptuous and sexy. She was the type of woman that these boorish mercenaries wanted to conquer the most. Moreover, although Ling Xiao was strong, he was used to keeping a low profile. He hid his aura so that others couldn't see through his cultivation. However, he looked too young. He looked like a young master from a big family, and didn't have much strength. This made these boorish mercenaries unscrupulously sweep their eyes over Luo Meiying's body. They didn't hide their greed at all. Ling Xiao couldn't make them close their eyes to avoid looking at Luo Meiying. He could only choose to ignore them. Luo Meiying was a little unhappy and whispered in Ling Xiao's ear. "These people are so annoying." Any woman would feel uncomfortable in the face of such a blatant gaze. Ling Xiao also wanted to help her vent her anger, but he couldn't kill all of these mercenaries one by one. He pulled Luo Meiying to the reception area of the Mercenary Guild and handed a piece of paper to the receptionist. "I want to find the contact person for this mission." Ling Xiao's mission to find a person had to find the person who accepted the mission, and then confirm the location of the Yin Lotus. Only then would the mission be considered completed. This way he could put an end to people who made up fake news. "Please wait a moment, I'll check for you." The receptionist responded, and then walked behind the screen to accept the mission. At this time, the mercenaries whispered to Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying. "Old Tian, look at that girl. She's so beautiful. She has breasts and buttocks. Just pressing down like that, I don't know how good it feels." "Isn't that so? Look at the pretty boy beside her. How can he satisfy this sexy wild horse? It's really a reckless waste of God's gifts. Hee, who told her to be so handsome? Why don't we have some fun when we have the chance? It's not good to make a move in the city. Let's get a feel of the situation first, hee. These mercenaries didn't use the secret ear to transmit their voices, nor did they use their aura to block their words. Naturally, Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying heard them. Luo Meiying was so angry that her chest heaved up and down, making her look even more alluring. "Meiying, it's not worth getting angry over this kind of person. I'll help you vent your anger." Ling Xiao comforted Luo Meiying, and then coldly looked at the unscrupulous mercenaries. "You haven't even grown your hair yet, and you still want to act like a hero in front of a beauty? Bah, if you have the ability, come fight me on the stage. Watch me beat you up." "That's right, a beauty might as well follow me. What's so good about this brat? I'm afraid he won't be able to satisfy you in bed. He's young, but his tone isn't small. Why don't you take a look at what kind of place this is?" Many people listened to Ling Xiao and the mercenaries, and were waiting to watch a good show. After all, this was the city, and ordinary people weren't allowed to use force unless it was in the city's fighting arena. A formless high-grade spirit incantation instantly overflowed from Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge, and the mysterious runes rushed into the mercenaries' sea of knowledge. The mercenaries who were still laughing suddenly became sluggish, as if they were possessed, and all of them stopped provoking Ling Xiao. Following that, the surrounding people who were watching the show also looked as if they were possessed, causing their brains to not be able to wrap around it. "You guys come here." Ling Xiao's voice seemed to be enchanted, and the mercenaries actually obeyed his order and walked over. Kneel down and slap yourself, Ling Xiao said again. Plop. The mercenaries all knelt down at the same time and began to slap their own mouths. It was as if they didn't know how to cry out in pain. Their mouths were smashed until they bled, and their teeth were almost knocked out. Laugh, forget it. Let them go. It's disgusting to see them. Luo Meiying turned her face away and said. Ling Xiao lightly nodded and said the word scram. Then the mercenaries rolled out of the mercenary guild like a ball. Everyone present was stunned. It's over. They looked at Ling Xiao with fear in their eyes. Just a moment ago, they were very disdainful of this young man, but now they didn't dare to look him in the eye. Many people even ran out with their tails between their legs, afraid that they would get into trouble. Chapter 870. For these people, Ling Xiao only slightly punished them. Who told them to flirt with his woman? They were lucky that he didn't want their lives. Looking at the mercenaries who scattered like birds, Luo Meiying felt proud, but she didn't know how Ling Xiao did it. Xiao, why would they listen to your command? Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'll tell you later. At this time, the maid of the mercenary guild had come out and said to Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying, You too, the mission you issued has indeed been successfully accepted. We will immediately send someone to find the person who completed the mission. You can come again at this time tomorrow. It was impossible for people who completed this kind of clue mission to stay in the mercenary guild all the time waiting for the employer to arrive. They would leave their contact information and only show up to lead the way when the employer arrived. Ling Xiao already knew this procedure. He nodded to the maid and took Luo Meiying out of the mercenary guild. Just as the two stepped out of the mercenary guild, a strong man stopped in front of them. You two please wait. I'm Ho Ming, the captain of the Iron Water Mercenary Corps. What can I do for you? We, the Iron Water Mercenary Corps, can help you solve your problems. Although the strong man looked rough, he was quite eloquent. Ling Xiao looked at the middle-aged man and found that he looked simple and honest, but from his eyes that kept darting around, Ling Xiao knew that this guy was not what he looked like. Moreover, he knew that this man was also in the mercenary guild just now. He knew that Ling Xiao couldn't afford to offend him, but he still came to ask for a job. This made Ling Xiao wonder what he was thinking. What can your mercenary corps do for me? Ling Xiao asked with a faint smile. Whether it's killing, arson, searching for spiritual items, flying to the sky or diving into the sea, we can help you too. The man was very good at packing and replied, Okay, then leave your contact information. I really need to go to the sea in a few days. Ling Xiao also responded to the man. The man was excited. He immediately told Ling Xiao an address, and then left in a hurry. When he turned his back to Ling Xiao, there was an inexplicable sneer on his face. Xiao, are we really going to the sea? Luo Meiying asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, You are a water elemental. If you want to speed up your understanding of the power of the world, a trip to the East China Sea will be of great benefit to you. Maybe it will help you understand the power of the world. Regardless of whether the mercenary was intentional or not, Ling Xiao definitely had to make a trip to the East Sea. Not to mention the things at the bottom of the sea that would make people envious. Just for Luo Meiying's further understanding of the water attribute, he had to make a trip to the sea. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying found a restaurant to stay. The day quickly passed and Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying arrived at the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild introduced Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying to a person. They didn't expect that person to be the middle-aged man who blocked Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying yesterday, Ho Ming. I didn't expect to meet the two of you again. What fate? Ho Ming let out a hearty laugh. Ling Xiao was still as calm as before. He now knew why this person blocked his way yesterday. I'm sure you recognize me. Quickly, take me to the person I'm looking for. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His narrowed eyes shone with an indescribable light. Yesterday this person blocked Ling Xiao's path. Only now did Ling Xiao know that this person was the mercenary who knew He's whereabouts. Ling Xiao was sure that this person in front of him knew his identity. Otherwise things couldn't be so coincidental. It was just that Ling Xiao didn't understand what this Ho Ming was planning. Ho Ming seemed a bit speechless and replied, Don't worry. Since I've accepted the mission, of course I'll complete it. However, we need to go out to sea. She's already out there. If you don't want to go out to sea, then you'll have to wait for her to come back. I just don't know when she'll come back. All right, we'll do as you say. As long as we find her, you'll be rewarded. Ling Xiao immediately agreed. He didn't know what this person was planning, but he didn't want to let go of any clues regarding Yin Mingqi. Even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a pot of boiling oil, he wouldn't even frown. Then let's go. Ho Ming rubbed his hands. He didn't know why, but right now he felt a bit timid in front of Ling Xiao. He cursed in his heart. F***ck. So what if she's the head of the proud smiling palace? Once she's out at sea, she'll be at our mercy. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying followed Ho Ming out of East Sea City, heading towards the vast Eastern Sea. On the way, Ling Xiao asked Ho Ming how he'd discovered Yin He's whereabouts. Ho Ming naturally told Ling Xiao the story he'd prepared beforehand. Are you sure that Yin He is the person I'm looking for? If she isn't, then I won't give you a single crystal, said Ling Xiao. There were many people with the same surname in this world, so Ling Xiao had to be the first to say this. Ho Ming patted his chest and said, Headling, don't worry. That woman claimed to be an elder of the Guishui sect, and her name is Yin He, which matches your mission. If she isn't the person you're looking for, then I have nothing else to say. Ho Ming stopped in his tracks. It seemed that if Ling Xiao continued to question him, he wouldn't be able to lead the way. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and take me there. He thought to himself, no matter what tricks you play, if the answer doesn't satisfy me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Ho Ming respectfully led the way once again. After the three of them flew for a while, a gust of wind blew over, and a refreshing yet slightly salty smell assailed their nostrils. After a while, they arrived at the shore of the Eastern Sea. There were many martial artists and ships on the docks. The bustling sounds and the dense number of ships showed how prosperous the sea was. Any martial artist who wanted to go out to sea to hunt for treasures wouldn't be able to casually go out unless they had a few tricks up their sleeves. Ordinary martial artists only dared to walk in the shallow waters to search for low-grade spirit herbs and catch some ordinary spirit beasts to sell. The stronger martial artists, on the other hand, went a little further into the sea, where the dangers and opportunities there were also much greater. As for the center of the sea, there were even more terrifying existences there, and even natural disasters could descend at any time. Even the Sky Sovereign and Emperor Xian had to be careful there. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would end up buried in the sea. Just as Ho Ming, Ling Xiao, and Luo Meiying arrived at the pier, a dozen or so mercenaries came forward to welcome them. One of the mercenaries said, Captain, you're here. Boss is in a hurry. Did anyone come to reply to the mission? Ho Ming immediately pointed at Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying and said, Yo, aren't these our employers? Have you prepared the ship? We need to find them as soon as possible so that we can report to them. Cut the crap. Now that they're here, why aren't you guys keeping an eye on that woman? Ho Ming shouted at the man. This mercenary's name was Robin, and he was one of Ho Ming's subordinates. He had the strength of a low-level Sky Sovereign. He looked at Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying, then said to Ho Ming, That woman went out to sea 3 days ago. If we chase after her at full speed, I believe we'll be able to catch up to her in no time. All right, let's go now. Ho Ming waved his hand and said. His gaze then landed on Ling Xiao and said, What do you think? Ling Xiao replied, You guys do as you see fit. I only want to find her. All right. Our people are always paying attention to that woman's whereabouts. We'll definitely find her for you as soon as possible. Ho Ming patted his chest and replied. Immediately after, Ho Ming brought Ling Xiao, Luo Meiying, and his subordinates to the pier. Seeing that the pier was operating in a disorderly manner, many martial artists were patrolling coldly to prevent anyone from causing trouble at the pier. When Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying followed Ho Ming onto the boat, a man who was as tall as an iron tower among the patrolling team saw Ling Xiao's back and muttered, Why does this guy look a little like brother-in-law? He only muttered to himself and did not go forward to take a look. He felt that his eyes might be playing tricks on him. How could his brother-in-law suddenly come to the East Sea without him knowing? The sea breeze was fresh and salty, and the seawater was blue. Looking at the vast and boundless sea, Ling Xiao felt that he was like a chestnut in the ocean. He was simply too insignificant. Right now, he was already a high-level sky sovereign, and his battle strength was comparable to the mystic Thearka's. However, he did not have the confidence to fly above this sea for many days. After all, it was a vast expanse. It looked so lonely and desolate, without any footholds. Even if the mystic Tharch was here, he would not dare to say that he could fly across this sea. This was also the reason why many martial artists wanted to sail out to sea. At the very least, this was the best tool to rest and recover. Xiao, do you feel that this sea breeze is very comfortable? Luo Meiying sat on the bow of the boat and opened her arms as she spoke with an intoxicated expression. Luo Meiying was a water attribute martial artist. The water attribute spiritual energy in this sea region was incomparably dense, so she naturally felt that she had an affinity with this heaven and earth. And I feel comfortable too. Ling Xiao replied softly. The feeling of the sea breeze calmed him down a lot. The only thing that made him feel uncomfortable was the salty smell, which made him feel uncomfortable. Xiao, I keep feeling that they are up to no good. Luo Meiying leaned closer to Ling Xiao and sent a voice transmission. Luo Meiying's brain was not very smart, but she also faintly felt that these people were not reliable. Ling Xiao naturally knew this as well. He immediately replied, no matter what tricks they play, just take it. They have a lot of people, and this is their territory. This, Luo Meiying said worriedly. Although she knew that Ling Xiao was not weak, she had not seen Ling Xiao's current combat strength. Naturally, she was afraid of any accidents. Don't worry, they are just a bunch of clowns. They can't play any tricks. You should go back to your room and cultivate more. At the same time, experience the feeling of this sea. I believe that after this trip, you will definitely be able to comprehend your own world power. Ling Xiao smiled and comforted her. No matter what the people of the Iron Water Mercenary Group wanted to do, Ling Xiao had already prepared to block them. He only hoped that he could really see that Yin He on this trip and find out the whereabouts of Yin Mingqi. Then, everything would be worth it. Chapter 871. The boundless sea was rippling with dark green waves. From time to time, there were sea swallows flying and chirping, and occasionally, there were spiritual fish jumping on the surface of the sea. On a big ship, the sail was printed with the words Taishui, which meant that this ship belonged to the Taishui Mercenary Group. The Taishui Mercenary Group was well known in this sea area, and it could be ranked in the top 3 among many mercenary groups. There were thousands of people in the Taishui Mercenary Group, and most of these people were water attribute martial artists because most of their missions were carried out in the sea area. As the leader of the Taishui Mercenary Group, he was an extraordinary overlord. It could be said that his cultivation was infinitely close to the mid-level Mystic Emperor. There was also a low-level Mystic Emperor and 3 half-emperors under his command. With such strength, few people dared to provoke them in this sea area. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying had been sitting on the ship of the Taishui Mercenary Group for half a month. There were King and Earth Sovereign martial artists taking turns to drive the ship with their spiritual power, so the speed was not slow. After half a month, the ship was already far away from land. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying occasionally walked out of the ship, but most of the time, they stayed in the cabin to cultivate. Luo Meiying was also getting more and more proficient in sensing the water attribute's spiritual power. She felt that as long as she stayed here for a period of time, she would be able to master her own world power. Along the way, Ling Xiao had asked Ho Ming a few times if he could catch up to the girl. Ho Ming had confidently promised that he would be able to find her in no time. Ling Xiao couldn't help but want to control Ho Ming with a high-level spiritual spell several times, and ask them if they really knew the whereabouts of Yin He, or if they were setting him up. In the end, Ling Xiao suppressed it. If he knew everything, he would lose interest in playing. He wanted to know who was so capable that they dared to trick him. The palace lord of the proud smiling palace, to the sea. At first, he was also afraid of hurting a good person. That night, the wind became a little stronger, and the waves rose a little higher. Ho Ming and his men stayed in the cabin, and their expressions became a little dignified. Captain, there seems to be a strong wind. I'm afraid there will be a tsunami, Robin said to Ho Ming. For mercenaries like them who had traveled across the sea, they were very familiar with the changes in the sea's climate. According to the previous situation, they wouldn't encounter any strong winds and waves when they went out to sea. But now that there was a sudden gust of wind, they realized that the weather had changed. Ho Ming knew that Robin was telling the truth and immediately asked in a deep voice, "How much longer until we reach the rendezvous point?" Robin replied, "If we rush at full speed, it'll take at least 3 days. They're currently on Hongyan Island." 3 days. I hope the tsunami this time isn't so fierce, Ho Ming muttered. He then said, "Everyone, be on guard and prepare to activate the defensive formation at any time. We absolutely cannot let the tsunami overtake the ship, otherwise, we're all done for." Usually, there would be an array rune master on a long-distance ship to draw a small array in case of an emergency. For example, in the current situation of the tsunami, it was time to use the array formation. The array formation could be used to block the impact of the tsunami. If their ship was destroyed, it would be difficult to return to land from here. For people who weren't familiar with the direction of the sea, once they got lost, they wouldn't be able to find the location of land and could only wait for death in the sea. I really don't understand what Boss is thinking. He actually lured such a big enemy over for this woman. It's a good thing that the other party only sent 2 people. If a few mystic thearchs followed us, we wouldn't be able to bear the consequences, Robin said with some indignation, as if he didn't agree with this matter. And who said it wasn't? If I hadn't purposely tested if there were only 2 of them, I really wouldn't have gone this time. That damned witch. She only followed us out to sea because she had a powerful method. Don't think that she's a fool. Ho Ming agreed. Listening to the conversation between the 2 of them, it seemed that targeting Ling Xiao wasn't their own idea. It was as if they had been instructed by someone else. The sea wind gradually grew stronger, and the waves grew taller. Ling Xiao felt that the wind was strange. He found Ho Ming and got straight to the point. "Captain Ho, back then, you patted your chest and said that you would find the person for me in 10 days. Now I haven't even seen a shadow. Now that the wind is here, I'm afraid there will be a natural disaster. Could it be that Elder Ho is plotting something against this palace?" Ling Xiao stared at Ho Ming with a threatening expression. At the same time, his aura pressed down on Ho Ming. This person obviously knew that he was the palace lord of the proud smiling palace, but he still had the guts to bring him out to sea. He must have a plan. Ling Xiao asked him directly because he wanted to see his reaction. Ho Ming didn't think that Ling Xiao would pressure him at this time. He was originally a high-level celestial venerate, but when faced with Ling Xiao's aura, he still felt suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. He was afraid that if he resisted even a little, he would immediately be thrown into the sea. Palace Lord Ling, please listen to me." Ho Ming became a little panicked as he responded. It wasn't that he hadn't heard of Ling Xiao's prestige. However, when faced with his aura, he felt that his mind was on the verge of collapsing. Boom. Suddenly, thunder and lightning roared in the pitch-black sky, and a majestic rain came instantly. Ling Xiao's aura also relaxed after this disturbance. At this moment, Ho Ming also came back to his senses. He quickly adjusted his state of mind and shouted, "Palace Lord Ling, don't worry. The tsunami is coming. I have to activate the array formation to protect the ship." After saying this, he turned around and ran into the cabin. At the same time he shouted, "Everyone be on guard. Activate the array formation to protect the ship." After saying this, Ho Ming entered the cabin. His legs went weak, and he fell on his butt on the deck. To be honest, although he helped others to design this situation to invite Ling Xiao to go out to sea, it didn't mean that he had the spirit of risking his life. In the face of Ling Xiao's domineering aura, he really couldn't muster up any courage to resist. He thought to himself, although the boss is known as the overlord of the sea, Ling Xiao isn't a lamp with oil left. After sending Ling Xiao to his destination, I must take the opportunity to escape. After seeing the strength of Ling Xiao, Ho Ming was afraid. As the majestic rain continued to fall, the sea breeze blew fiercely, and the waves began to tumble endlessly. The waves that were originally 1 or 2 meters high suddenly rose to more than 10 meters high. The waves seemed to fall from the sky and hit the ship. Bang! The wind was high and the waves were strong. The sound of the powerful impact was heard. An ordinary ship would have been smashed into smithereens in the face of such turbulent waves. However, the Ironwater Mercenary Group's ship had already activated a defensive formation. When the waves were about to hit the ship, the light curtain of the formation flickered, blocking the waves and shaking them away. Despite the obstruction of the defensive array, the ship inevitably suffered a lot of turbulence. Everyone in the cabin had been prepared, but the few King Stage martial artists who were not strong were still shaken and fell on the deck. The waves didn't stop at once. The waves that came one after another became more and more turbulent, and the waves were also higher than the previous one. When people faced it, they felt so fragile. Fortunately, everyone on the ship had seen strong winds and waves, so they didn't seem too afraid. Luo Meiying, who was next to Ling Xiao, looked a little timid. It was the first time for her to face the impact of this kind of natural disaster. Moreover, she didn't have much experience in all kinds of dangers. Suddenly facing it, she would definitely feel a little flustered. Ling Xiao was like a mountain, standing steadily on the plate armor. He grabbed Luo Meiying's hand and said, "Meiying, you stabilize your breath. Pour your strength into your feet. Your body is like a rock, majestic and motionless." Luo Meiying's strength was comparable to that of a peak heavenly venerable, but she didn't know how to use it. When she heard Ling Xiao's words, she immediately restrained her mind and stabilized her body. With Ling Xiao by her side, the fear in Luo Meiying's heart gradually disappeared. It was as if his figure was always in front of her, sheltering her from the wind and rain, making her feel so safe. Her hand gradually left his palm. Her figure rose and fell with the waves of the ship, but she could already achieve the same state as the figure beside her. Her body was like a rock, unaffected by these impacts. When her whole body relaxed, she looked at the waves that were crashing over, and her beautiful eyes showed some inexplicable color. She always felt that the impact of these waves seemed to have a feeling of resonance with her. Her dantian began to operate unconsciously, and the spiritual power in her meridians also roared nonstop. The spiritual power in her sea of consciousness seemed to become restless like the waves. Little by little, water droplets began to gather around Luo Meiying. At this moment, all her strength burst out. Ling Xiao felt that Luo Meiying was acting strangely, and quickly turned to look. He looked slightly stunned and then murmured, "Could it be she comprehended it just like that?" Ling Xiao clearly felt that Luo Meiying should be comprehending the power of her own world. Otherwise, she would never have such a situation at this time. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and immediately took a few steps back. At the same time, he began to pay attention to everyone on the ship. Once he found someone approaching, he would definitely attack without hesitation. The most important thing for any comprehension was to be interrupted by others. In the end, it would be a wasted bamboo basket. Ling Xiao secretly rejoiced in his heart. Disasters and blessings depend on each other. This tsunami made Luo Meiying feel the power of her world. This is too smooth. Ling Xiao originally thought that he would have to take Luo Meiying to the sea for a period of time before she could comprehend it. He did not expect the tsunami to come so timely, allowing her to reap all the benefits earlier. Luo Meiying felt as if she was in the sea, and she was like the god of the sea. She felt as if she could control the power of any wave. She closed her eyes to feel it, and her hands unconsciously spread out. A lot of water power began to condense. However, at this moment, a huge black shadow quietly appeared under the ship. Chapter 872. Above the East Sea, near the depths of one of the sea regions, the winds and clouds suddenly changed. A tsunami suddenly appeared, and many ships activated their array formations to deal with this attack. The tsunami was like the might of the heavens, and the monstrous waves kept crashing down. Even an Earth Sovereign stage martial artist would find it difficult to resist such an impact. Only an Empyrean stage martial artist would be able to resist for a while. However, in the face of the endless waves and howling gales, even heavenly venerables were not confident that they could withstand the tsunami. Those ships that did not have defensive array formations were immediately swept away by the waves. The martial artists on the ships were also swept into the sea by the high waves, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. On one of the ships, Luo Meiying was already surrounded by a mass of waves. It was as if she was draped with a pure veil, making her look ethereal and extraordinary. Her aura was also rising steadily. No matter how the ship shook, she was still like a boulder, and was not disturbed by any external forces. Not far from her, Ling Xiao was carefully guarding for her. On the other side of the ship, Ho Ming and Robin also noticed Luo Meiying's situation. "Captain, could that girl have comprehended something?" Robin asked Ho Ming in a low voice. Ho Ming nodded with a serious expression and said, "It should be. I did not expect this girl to be so strong. After this enlightenment, her strength will probably improve greatly. This is not a good sign. How about we go and stop her?" Robin's expression turned gloomy. "If you want to court death, don't drag me along. Can't you see that Ling Xiao is protecting her?" Ho Ming glared at Robin and shouted. Robin shrunk his neck and changed the topic. "Fortunately, this is not a 9-grade tsunami or above. Otherwise, this array formation would not be able to protect her." Tsunamis were also divided into grades. 3rd-grade tsunamis were just ordinary waves, and many martial artists could handle them. 3rd-grade tsunamis were as powerful as this one, and it was enough to make many martial artists fearful. 9th-grade tsunamis and above were the most terrifying natural disasters. Even the mystic Tharch might not be able to escape if he encountered one. Just as Ho Ming was about to reply, the bottom of the ship suddenly felt a strong impact. Bang! The ship, which was dozens of meters long, seemed to have been hit by something. The entire ship was sent flying, and at the same time, a high wave crashed down from the sky. Under the joint attack of the two forces, the defensive light curtain shook incessantly, seemingly showing signs of cracking. Everyone on the ship was thrown off balance by the sudden impact, and their hearts were especially nervous. Mercenaries like them, who had been in the sea all year round, immediately realized that there was a spirit beast causing trouble under the ship. Ling Xiao's body also swayed slightly. He scanned his surroundings and sensed the turbulent aura under the ship. They really came at the wrong time. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly and immediately spread out his aura. At the same time, he firmly pressed the boat on the surface of the water. No matter how strong the wind and the waves were, the boat was not shaken at all. No matter what, Ling Xiao absolutely did not want Luo Meiying to be implicated at this moment. However, the spirit beast below seemed to be somewhat unyielding, and actually continued to hit the bottom of the ship. The defensive light curtain gradually showed signs of cracking. It was unknown which mercenary cried out in alarm. This is bad, the formation can't take it anymore." Bang! Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, the defensive light curtain completely disappeared. At this moment, the ship had lost its protection, and everything on the ship became precarious. Ling Xiao cursed loudly. Damn it! If he could not stop the impact of the waves, and could not prevent the spirit beast from causing trouble, then Luo Meiying's comprehension would end prematurely. Although Ling Xiao cursed, he also knew that he could not make any mistakes at this critical moment. His aura had already risen to a terrifying level, and with him as the center, a multicolored light curtain instantly spread out to the surroundings of the ship. Ling Xiao actually planned to use his own strength to support the ship and not let it be destroyed. However, although his aura could stop the impact of the waves, it could not stop the spirit beast from breaking through the bottom of the ship. A large amount of seawater instantly surged into the ship. Damn it, hurry up and fill up the hole. We absolutely cannot let the ship enter the water. Ho Ming's expression changed greatly as he shouted. The martial artists on the ship quickly took out the deck to repair the damage, and covered the hole in the deck. However, the spirit beast seemed to have gone mad, and still continued to attack the bottom of the ship. "Captain, we can't go on like this. Either we send someone down to kill that fellow, or we leave now," Robin said to Ho Ming. "Send people down to get rid of it." Ho Ming didn't even think before giving the order. Robin nodded lightly, and immediately turned to the others and ordered, "You guys go down and take a look, and see what kind of fellow is causing trouble." The few people received the order, and immediately rushed out, rushing towards the sea. They were all mercenaries that often traveled the sea, and could be considered sailors. They cultivated the water attribute, and were not weak in underwater battles. As the few people went down, the impact on the bottom of the ship stopped for the time being. Ho Ming heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Looks like it's not a big fellow." In the nearby sea, there were mostly fifth-grade spirit beasts. In the eyes of celestial venerables, they were not considered scary spirit beasts. Even an ordinary sixth-grade spirit beast would not be too much of a problem. What they were most afraid of was occasionally encountering a higher-grade spirit beast, or a group of spirit beasts. If that happened, they would have to bear the consequences. However, just as he finished speaking, the sound of impact rang out again. This time, there was a 2 to 3 meter hole in the center of the ship. Seawater instantly flooded in, and the body of the ship immediately sank by more than half. The expressions of everyone on the ship changed greatly, and one by one, they flew up. However, before they could fly too high, a huge wave came crashing down from the sky, and the huge impact smashed them down one by one. Only a few celestial venerables were pressed down by a few meters, while the others fell into the sea one by one. Ling Xiao, who was on the ship, had already realized that the situation was not optimistic. He did not care whether Luo Meiying was comprehending or not. He had to take her away from this place, otherwise, it would be troublesome if she was swept away by the tsunami. There was nothing to be afraid of if he was alone, but he was afraid that Luo Meiying lacked the ability to adapt. If something bad happened to her, he would be guilty. Just as Ling Xiao was about to take Luo Meiying away, a huge bloody mouth suddenly appeared on the side of the ship, and it pounced towards Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying. This mouth was quite terrifying, and its fangs were incomparably sharp. It directly bit through the deck made of thousand-year wood, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the two of them. At this time, if Ling Xiao wanted to take Luo Meiying away, he would definitely be devoured by this bloody mouth. There was no time for Ling Xiao to think too much. He shouted, "Meiying, wake up." Then, without thinking, he turned around and punched the bloody mouth to stop this unknown spirit beast. Ling Xiao punched out without hesitation. He blasted out the power of the ice attribute, and the surrounding water attribute instantly condensed into a huge ice spike, which rushed towards the bloody mouth. Ling Xiao turned around again, intending to take Luo Meiying away, but when he turned around, he found that Luo Meiying had disappeared, and only the waves were still rippling. Ling Xiao instantly turned pale and he shouted, "Meiying, where are you?" He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, Luo Meiying would be taken away by the sea. This time his heart was in a mess. However, while his heart was in a mess, the spirit beast at the bottom of the water went crazy. After being stabbed by Ling Xiao's ice spike, its mouth was bleeding, and its bestial nature was unleashed. Its huge body began to flip, and it directly swept the sinking ship into several pieces. At the same time, its appearance began to emerge from the water, and it allowed the waves to hit it, but it could not extinguish its anger. This was a peak rank 6 blue water crocodile spirit beast. Its bell-like eyes were filled with rage, and its long mouth was constantly biting, displaying its ferocious might. The spikes on its body were extremely malevolent. Ling Xiao floated above the sea, and at the same time, he allowed the waves to hit him. His body was like a mountain, and there was not a single trace of movement. His eyes were red with anger as he stared at the tens of meters long blue water crocodile, and a thick killing intent surged. "Damn fellow, if anything happens to Meiying, even if you die 10 times, it would not be enough." Ling Xiao shouted angrily, and his entire body faced the blue water crocodile that was pouncing towards him. The blue water crocodile was a water-type spirit beast, and this sea region was undoubtedly its territory. It had the effect of amplifying its attack. Countless water columns rushed towards Ling Xiao, and at the same time, its body swept across, and its huge tail smashed towards Ling Xiao with its spikes. Ling Xiao's figure continuously flashed a few times, dodging the water columns, and he finally stopped in the direction where the blue water crocodile's huge tail was sweeping from. Facing the full force attack of this peak grade 6th rank spirit beast, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he welcomed it, opened his hands, and grabbed towards the huge tail. When those celestial venerables who did not fall into the water saw this scene, They all revealed a strange expression. They all felt that Ling Xiao was stupid to actually receive this attack from the blue water crocodile. Even the mystic Tharch would not use his physical body to fight against the blue water crocodile like this, right? However, in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. They only saw that Ling Xiao had actually hugged the tail of this blue water crocodile that was sweeping with 1,000 caddies. Damn bastard! Ling Xiao roared out, and all the strength in his body gathered on his arms. Following that, he actually flung that tens of meters long blue water crocodile into the air. Ling Xiao chased after it, both his fists bombarding the lower abdomen of the blue water crocodile non-stop. Bang bang. Countless fists were like raindrops, constantly bombarding the lower abdomen of the blue water crocodile. Every fist carried Ling Xiao's fury. The blue water crocodile was directly sent flying high into the sky, and countless amounts of blood flowed down from its lower abdomen. Under it, Ling Xiao was dyed into a bloody person, looking incomparably sinister and terrifying. Chapter 873. The blue water crocodile, which was at the peak of the 6th rank, was famous for its thick skin and thick flesh. Ordinary spirit weapons could hardly damage its skin. Its skin was one of the materials used to refine water-type spirit weapons. It was one of the more ferocious spirit beasts in the sea, and liked to eat humans. They usually appeared in groups. Even heavenly venerables wouldn't dare to provoke them, and would run as far as they could. But now this spirit beast, which was known for its defense, was like a target in front of Ling Xiao. It was directly smashed into minced meat. The heavenly venerables of the Iron Water mercenary group were terrified when they saw this scene. Although they had heard of Ling Xiao's reputation, when they saw Ling Xiao's methods, they felt that Ling Xiao was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Captain, I think we should run away quickly, Robin said to Ho Ming, who was afraid of Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Ho Ming was also afraid and immediately said, "Let's go." After saying that, he moved to leave this place. "Get back here." Ling Xiao's voice was as scary as a demon's as he shouted. It would have been better if he hadn't said that. Once he said that, Ho Ming, Robin, and the others ran even faster. "You're courting death." Ling Xiao glared at them, his draconic eyes filled with ferocity. Ling Xiao's body didn't move, but his mind power had already blasted out. With a few screams, the sea of consciousness of everyone except Ho Ming and Robin was destroyed. One by one they fell into the sea. "If you continue to run, you will end up like them." Ling Xiao's voice rang in Ho Ming and Robin's ears again. The voice seemed to carry a demonic nature, heavily smashing apart their psychological defenses. Palace Lord Ling, what are you doing? Now that the ship is damaged, we can deal with it after we leave this place. How could you kill our people?" Ho Ming's adaptability was still very fast. He immediately adjusted his mentality and turned to speak to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words with them. An advanced spirit incantation quickly rushed out from his sea of knowledge, simultaneously attacking Ho Ming and Robin. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't want to do anything to them. However, in this situation he had no choice but to do so. He must know what these people were planning. Moreover, he needed them to help him find Luo Meiying's whereabouts. They had lived on the sea for a long time, so they had a better understanding of the sea. With them by his side, it would be much more convenient for him to return. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he went in the wrong direction. The two of them were easily controlled by Ling Xiao. "Go into the water and find Meiying," Ling Xiao ordered. He didn't have the time to ask them why they lured him out to sea. Luo Meiying's safety was his top priority. At the same time, Ling Xiao dived into the sea without hesitation. The majestic waves were still high, and the corpse of the blue water crocodile that had fallen from the sky was constantly rolling on the surface of the water. The blood was constantly spreading. As the blood spread, the nearby blue water crocodiles seemed to have gone crazy and swarmed in this direction. This dead blue water crocodile was only one of them that had separated from the group. Their main group was not far away. Ling Xiao, who was underwater, didn't have time to pay attention to his surroundings. He only knew that he was frantically searching for Luo Meiying's whereabouts. Although Ling Xiao's perception was outstanding, the sea waves were surging and the wind was howling. Any kind of perception would be useless. Ling Xiao took out the secluded water pearl and anxiously muttered in his heart, Meiying, don't let anything happen to you. Although Luo Meiying had the strength of a peak heavenly venerate, she still couldn't use this strength freely. At best, she could only use the strength of a peak earth emperor. In such a harsh environment, if she was washed away, she would be in danger. If she encountered another spirit beast as strong as the blue water crocodile, she might not be able to handle it. Therefore, Ling Xiao was a little out of his wits. When he first brought Luo Meiying out, he felt that he had the ability to protect her, so he brought her out. Now just as they arrived at the sea, there was a tsunami. Coincidentally, she had a sudden enlightenment. He didn't want to interrupt her enlightenment and cause her to be separated. He regretted it very much. Ling Xiao's figure swept through the sea without direction, but he couldn't find Luo Meiying's figure. He sent a message to Ho Ming and Robin, but the reply he received was that they couldn't find her for the time being. For a moment he became distracted. This won't do. If this continues, who knows where Meiying will be swept to? Ling Xiao muttered to himself and summoned the Dragon Lady. The Dragon Lady was a water-type true dragon. In this sea, she was like a fish in water. Asking her to help him find someone was definitely the best choice. However, when he summoned the Dragon Lady, the connection between Ho Ming and Robin suddenly broke. This caused Ling Xiao to be shocked. There were usually only two possibilities for this to happen. One was that Ho Ming and Robin had died, causing his high-level mind curse to disappear. The other was that they had removed his mind curse. Comparing these two possibilities, Ling Xiao was more convinced that the first one had happened. Could it be that there are other spirit beasts nearby? Ling Xiao thought suspiciously. He was even more worried about Luo Meiying's safety. Under normal circumstances, if there was a powerful spirit beast here, there would be very few other spirit beasts nearby. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that the blue water crocodile was a type of spirit beast that lived in groups. However, no matter what kind of powerful spirit beast there was, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He had the Dragon Lady by his side. What was there to be afraid of? When the Dragon Lady appeared, she immediately sensed that her location was different from usual. Boss, where is this? The Dragon Lady asked Ling Xiao in pleasant surprise. She was a water-type divine beast. She had a personal connection to the vast sea, which made her feel abnormally comfortable. This is the Eastern Sea, Ling Xiao replied. He then impatiently said, Hurry and help me find Mei Luo's whereabouts. She was washed away by the waves. All right, but we should be in some trouble now. The Dragon Lady readily agreed. She then cast her gaze in a certain direction. Her beautiful eyes revealed a dense fierceness. Immediately after, her body swayed and she transformed back into her true form. A blue dragon over 100 meters long suddenly appeared in the sea. Roar! A dragon roared in a certain direction, and the surging waves surged forward. The blue water crocodiles that were swimming swiftly towards Ling Xiao all trembled in fear. The might of a divine beast true dragon was a majestic emperor among beasts. If its aura couldn't even shake these rank 6 spirit beasts, then it would be a waste to call it a divine beast. Ling Xiao jumped onto the back of the blue dragon, and arrived in front of the stunned blue water crocodiles in the blink of an eye. Only then did Ling Xiao see that there were nearly 100 blue water crocodiles. No wonder Ho Ming and Robin died without a chance to resist. At the same time, he thought of Luo Meiying and his heart sank. Without waiting for Ling Xiao's orders, the blue dragon had already flashed its enormous body, and opened its bloody mouth to bite at the incoming blue water crocodiles. At the same time, the dragon swept its body, stirring up the seabed. Rumble, rumble. Most of the blue water crocodiles had the strength of rank 6, but the blue dragon was already at the peak of the mid-rank 8. It was also a divine beast. These blue water crocodiles had long since been scared stiff, and could only be ravaged by the blue dragon. Under the bombardment, more than 10 blue water crocodiles were immediately smashed into pieces and died. The bodies of the blue water crocodiles could be said to be the best among water-type spirit beasts. However, compared to the body of a true dragon, the difference was like heaven and earth. The nearly 100 blue water crocodiles had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, but they didn't have the courage to fight the Beast King. They all fled in all directions, looking indescribably battered and exhausted. "Dragon Lady, we can't let them escape. It's best if we can control them," Ling Xiao hurriedly said. If these blue water crocodiles scattered and escaped like this, they would be in trouble if they encountered Luo Meiying, who was still alive. The blue dragon didn't delay. Another supreme dragon roar soared into the sky. The blue water crocodiles that hadn't escaped far stopped one by one. They all looked like they were trembling in fear. This was the might of dragons. Spirit beasts below the level of divine beasts couldn't resist it. The blue dragon roared a few more times, as if it was transmitting some kind of message. Soon after, the blue water crocodiles turned their heads and swam towards the blue dragon. Their savage eyes were filled with terror. They all lowered their heads in front of the blue dragon, not daring to look it in the eye. "Dragon Lady, ask them if they ate just now, and if they saw a human woman nearby," Ling Xiao asked. He originally wanted to ask if these blue water crocodiles ate human women, but he was afraid that this was already the truth, so he immediately changed his question. The blue dragon continued to roar, transmitting Ling Xiao's words. The blue water crocodiles scrambled to respond, and the sound they made was very hoarse and ear-piercing. This was a communication between spirit beasts, and even Ling Xiao couldn't understand it. After a while, the blue dragon said to Ling Xiao, "Boss, they said they ate a lot of humans, but I didn't see any human women today. I did see a lot of human men, but they also ate them all." Hearing this answer, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. At the very least, it proved that Luo Meiying hadn't been harmed. It was possible that she had only been swept away by the waves. With her current strength and water attribute physique, she shouldn't be in danger for the time being. "Dragon Lady, have them spread out to search for Luo Meiying. We can't let her get hurt," Ling Xiao said to the blue dragon. These blue water crocodiles were their territory, so it would be much easier for them to find someone. The blue dragon immediately transmitted Ling Xiao's orders to these blue water crocodiles. These blue water crocodiles naturally didn't dare to resist, and immediately scattered in groups to search for Luo Meiying's whereabouts. "Dragon Lady will also look around. She shouldn't be too far away from here," Ling Xiao said. The blue dragon looked in a direction and replied, "Boss, I feel something over there." Chapter 874. In the vast sea, the waves were rippling. In the deeper parts of the sea, the tsunamis were as violent as ever. In the middle of the tsunami, something strange was happening. A few hundred meters of water had formed a huge whirlpool, and the surrounding waves were caused by this whirlpool. This whirlpool was spinning faster and faster, and it had a strong suction force, as if it was going to swallow the heavens. At the same time, a strong tornado was blowing above the whirlpool, as if it was going to turn the entire place upside down. In such a situation, even a mystic Tharch would feel his scalp go numb. This strange phenomenon was only caused by the tsunami, and no one would think about it in any other way. In fact, in the bottom of the sea, 1,000 meters below the whirlpool, there was a treasure being born. At the bottom of the sea, there were all kinds of water elemental spirit herbs. Third-level and fourth-level spirit herbs could be seen everywhere, and occasionally some fifth-level and even sixth-level spirit herbs could be seen. The resources at the bottom of the sea were abundant, and this was a fact that everyone knew. But those who could excavate these resources were few and far between. After all, the dangers at the bottom of the sea were much more terrifying than those in the mountains. At the very center of the vortex, there were no living creatures or spirit herbs around, only bare mud and stones. These mud and stones did not seem to be as simple as they seemed to be. Some of the spots on the mud and stones were emitting a little silver light. These mud and rocks seemed to form a circle, surrounding an area of more than 10 meters, as if they were protecting something. In this area of more than 10 meters, there was a figure in the center, and this person was actually Luo Meiying, whom Ling Xiao was looking for. At this time, she was still in a state of enlightenment, and the spiraling water pillars were spinning around her like water dragons, looking very magical. Not far from her was a stalk of spirit herb. It was shaped like a vine, its thin stems constantly intersecting and twisting together, forming a spiral shape that spread out in all directions. This stalk of spirit herb was not green or blue like ordinary water attribute spirit herbs, but silver. Whether it was the stems, leaves, roots, every part of it was silver, so silver that it was dazzling to the eyes. This spirit herb seemed to be full of spirituality. Its thin stems were constantly spinning, similar to the tsunami whirlpool above the sea. It was as if its spinning appearance was a miniature version of that whirlpool. It was surrounded by extremely dense water-attributed spiritual energy. This water-attributed spiritual energy constantly seeped into its stem and filled its energy, allowing it to grow in all directions. Luo Meiying was not far from this spirit herb, and the vines that spread out seemed to surround Luo Meiying in the middle. If one took a closer look, these vines seemed to want to wrap around Luo Meiying, but they were pushed away by the spiraling water columns around her, preventing these vines from getting close to her body. Luo Meiying didn't seem to be aware of her own situation. Her sea of consciousness had undergone an astonishing change. His knowledge sea gradually formed a spiritual world. The lower layer was spiritual liquid, while the upper layer was world energy. The spiritual realm was the unique mark of becoming a mystic Tharch. Luo Meiying actually broke through to the heaven venerable realm at this moment, and became a mystic Tharch. This was simply too inconceivable. When she was saved by Ling Xiao using the demon sun's heart, her strength had directly soared to the peak stage heaven venerable realm. It was just that she didn't realize the world energy, and so she couldn't unleash the power of this energy. Now that she had realized the world energy, her strength rose once again. It was as if all the energy that had been stored in her body had exploded at this moment. She had directly broken through the bottleneck of the peak stage heaven venerable realm, and reached the mystic Tharch realm. Her sea of consciousness had also formed a spiritual world. The main reason why she could become a mystic Tharch so smoothly was because the excess energy from the demon sun's heart had exploded once again after she realized the world energy. Furthermore, the water-attributed spirit energy here was extremely dense, which was very compatible with her element. It created the most advantageous space for her. The world energy that formed in her spiritual world was actually the same power as this tsunami. The sea waves surged, the sea winds howled, the whirlpool spun rapidly, and the suction force surged. Luo Meiying felt as if she had already grasped this power of heaven's might. She could use this power at any time and place. At this time, Ling Xiao had already approached the whirlpool on Dragon Lady's back. "Dragon Lady, what's in front?" Ling Xiao muttered as he looked at the churning seawater in front of him. The blue true dragon said, "I don't know what it is either. I have a feeling that the things over there should be delicious." Delicious? Ling Xiao's expression darkened. He had thought that the Dragon Lady had made some shocking discovery, but he did not expect it to be food. This made him extremely speechless. He was currently anxious to find Luo Meiying's whereabouts. "I also sense the aura of a human over there. It should be the person boss is looking for. It has the same scent as yours," the blue true dragon replied. When Ling Xiao heard this, he was overjoyed. Are you sure you have my scent?" If Luo Meiying stayed with him, she would definitely have some of his scent, and it was not surprising that the blue true dragon could sense it. "Yes," the blue true dragon replied. "That's great, Meiying should be fine," Ling Xiao exclaimed. "Boss, sit tight. I'm going in," the blue true dragon said as it faced the violent whirlpool in front of it. Then it brought Ling Xiao and Dove in. From the looks of it, it didn't seem to be afraid that the whirlpool would harm it at all. Bang! The huge dragon's body charged straight into the whirlpool. The powerful suction force seemed to have been forcefully stopped at this moment. It was only after the dragon's body had entered that it began to spin again. After entering the center of the whirlpool, Ling Xiao was dazzled by the water waves that kept spinning around him. However, he still saw Luo Meiying, who was wrapped in the center of the whirlpool. He was just about to call out when he realized that her current state was strange. He actually broke through to the Mystic Emperor. "This speed is too fast." Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim. Of course, Ling Xiao knew what Luo Meiying's strength was. He did not expect that she would suddenly break through to the Mystic Tharch realm in just a few hours. How could he not be surprised? The silver vines around Luo Meiying seemed to have sensed something. They quickly retracted their stems, as if they were afraid of being discovered by someone. As it retracted, the whirlpool actually slowed down and gradually stopped. What is this? Ling Xiao immediately noticed the silver spirit herb. The blue true dragon did not wait for Ling Xiao's orders and scurried towards the silver spirit herb. It seemed as if it could not wait to devour the silver spirit herb. The silver spirit herb actually seemed to have a spirit of its own as it immediately fled into the distance. Ling Xiao immediately jumped down from its body. He had to stay by Luo Meiying's side and protect her. What exactly is this thing that actually made the dragon lady so agitated? Ling Xiao stood not far from Luo Meiying and searched for information related to the silver spirit herb in his mind. All of a sudden Ling Xiao exclaimed, "Could it be a tier 8 mid-tier silver spiral sea vine?" He paused for a moment and said with certainty, "Yes, it can't be wrong. Otherwise, why would this whirlpool appear here?" No wonder the dragon lady said that it was delicious. So it was actually such a good thing. The silver spiral sea vine was a type of water attribute supreme grade spirit herb. To water attribute martial artists, it was a cardinal treasure. Not only could it improve one's physique and increase one's strength, but it also had the greatest benefit of condensing a spiral attack force and a spiral sucking force, which would greatly increase one's combat strength. Another point was that it could be nurtured as an attack-type strange treasure. There was nothing in this world that didn't have it. This silver spiral sea vine was different from ordinary spirit herbs. It could keep growing and was similar to the immortal tree in Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness. It had a soul and consciousness. If it was subdued and nurtured, it could absolutely become a great help to human martial artists. Because of its existence, fighting in places with water sources could directly cause natural disasters such as tsunamis. From this, it could be seen how precious this silver spiral sea vine was. It was a cardinal treasure that was hard to obtain even with 10,000 crystals. Even saints would want to fight over it when they saw it. Ling Xiao also didn't expect that he would encounter such a spiritual object not long after arriving at this sea region. It really made him pleasantly surprised. However, now that the dragon lady chased after it and wanted to devour it, wouldn't it be a waste of this great sacred object? What a pity! If we could catch it and let Meiying possess it, how great would that be? Ling Xiao sighed. Luo Meiying was a water attribute martial artist. If she could obtain this silver spiral sea vine, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. If the blue true dragon chased after it and devoured it, could it still escape? Ling Xiao shook his head and cast his gaze on Luo Meiying. It could be seen that her aura was already getting stronger and stronger. Countless spiral water columns churned continuously, just like water dragons attacking, stirring up this radius of 1,000 meters. Ling Xiao activated the glazed dragon scale battle armor, and also had the water-repelling pearl in his bosom, blocking the water columns that attacked over. The seawater rippled endlessly. Vision was also blocked by this turbid seawater, until it could not see clearly. Ling Xiao only felt that Luo Meiying's aura gradually stabilized. She should be continuously practicing her world power right now. At this time, the blue true dragon returned again. Ling Xiao asked anxiously, "You ate that silver spiral sea vine?" "It hid itself. I couldn't find it," the blue true dragon said. Ling Xiao was depressed all of a sudden. The blue true dragon was a middle-ranked tier 8 divine beast. It actually could not catch that silver spiral sea vine. It could be imagined how cunning this spirit grass was. As long as it drilled into that seabed mud, wanting to find it again was really not easy. Bang! At this time, this part of the seawater gave off a startling explosion sound. This part of the seawater surged intensely once again. Following this explosion sound, Ling Xiao already sensed that Luo Meiying was about to wake up. The seawater returned to tranquility. Luo Meiying's figure stood gracefully. Her beautiful eyes revolved with lustrous light as she looked at Ling Xiao. The excited expression was hard to conceal. "Xiao, I comprehended world power." Luo Meiying pounced towards Ling Xiao's bosom and exclaimed. Chapter 875. Hugging Luo Meiying's voluptuous body, Ling Xiao felt a surge of desire. What's more, her aura had risen to another level, which made him even more mesmerized. Although Ling Xiao wanted to have a good time with Luo Meiying, the dragon lady was right beside him. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he would be too embarrassed to do it. Meiying, how did you do it? You actually broke through to the mystic arch tier. Ling Xiao kissed Luo Meiying and asked. Although he did not break through himself, it was his woman who broke through to the mystic arch tier. Ling Xiao was still very happy for her. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He had experienced life and death for many years before reaching the strength of a high-stage heavenly venerate. However, Luo Meiying had surpassed him in such a short period of time. This made him a little puzzled. Luo Meiying said excitedly, I don't know what's going on either. I looked at the waves and suddenly had a realization. When I first grasped the power of the world, I felt as if I had gone to another place. This allowed me to perfect the power of the world. After that, a surge of power suddenly erupted from my heart, and I reached the current realm. Luo Meiying's realization and breakthrough came naturally. She did not take a step further to find the reason. However, Ling Xiao knew that breaking through to the mystic arch tier required a huge amount of water attribute spirit energy. Other than her own energy eruption, Luo Meiying also needed to absorb an even larger amount of spirit energy. Without external help, she would not be able to break through in such a short period of time. Needless to say, the external help that Luo Meiying borrowed was the silver spiral sea vine. The whirlpool that it created gave Luo Meiying a new realization. At the same time, it gathered the spirit energy of the nearby sea region. This was also one of the reasons why she could break through so quickly. Let's go, let's leave this place. Although Ling Xiao wanted to search for treasures in the sea, he was more anxious to find the whereabouts of the Yin Lotus. Now that Ho Ming and the others who led the team were all dead, he did not know how to find the Yin Lotus. However, he did not want to sit here and wait for death. Even if he had to travel the entire sea region, he had to find the Yin Lotus. Ling Xiao felt that it was a pity for that mid-tier 8th rank silver spiral sea vine. If he could find it, it would definitely be beneficial to Luo Meiying. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave with Luo Meiying, Ling Xiao glanced at the protruding black mudstone nearby. He discovered that the spots on the mudstone were flashing with silver light. Out of curiosity, Ling Xiao squatted down and slapped the black mud and stones with his palm. Bang! His palm slapped on the black mudstone, and a lot of black mud began to fly, revealing the true nature of the mudstone. Hey, this is a 10,000-year-old mithril stone. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim. The black mud around the black mudstone fell off, revealing the silvery, jade-like smooth stone walls. This was impressively a rare refining material, the 10,000-year-old mithril stone. It was a material of the same level as the 10,000-year-old black profound stone that Ling Xiao had obtained before. It was one of the main materials for refining spirit or saint artifacts. Although Ling Xiao was not a refiner, he naturally would not let go of such a good material. If he were to bring this back to the palace's chief refiner, Du Tai, he believed that he would be overjoyed. After all, this kind of material was not easy to find. Even if it was auctioned in an auction, it would be sold for a very high price. Xiao, what kind of stone is this? Luo Meiying asked curiously. Ling Xiao explained. This is a 10,000-year-old mithril stone. It is a good material for refining. There are so many of them here. Hurry up and collect them all. There is no market outside. Oh, then I'll help you. Luo Meiying was also a little excited. She immediately went to the side and slapped away the spots on the other black mudstone, and collected the 10,000-year-old mithril stone. After Luo Meiying had just collected a few pieces, she saw that there was a small silver spirit grass under one of the black mudstone. This little spiritual herb was constantly swaying in the water, and its stem and vine were constantly shrinking, looking very lifelike. Luo Meiying wanted to pick it, but after hesitating for a moment, she turned to Ling Xiao and asked, Xiao, come over and see what kind of spirit grass this is. It's really strange. Ling Xiao rushed to her side and looked at the spirit grass under the black mudstone. This spirit grass seemed to have a spiritual nature, and it actually wanted to shrink into the sea mud. Silver whirling sea vine. Ling Xiao exclaimed, and quickly threw the secluded water pearl towards the black mudstone. The attached seawater automatically dispersed, and there was immediately no water in the space of 2 or 3 meters. The silver spirit grass lost the support of water, and was forcibly stuck under the stone crack, unable to escape. Without saying anything, Ling Xiao pinched it in his hand. However, the spirit grass seemed to be unwilling to be captured like this, and kept struggling. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Haha, there are actually 2 silver whirling sea vines here. This one seems to be just a seedling, and it hasn't even reached the 7th rank, so it hasn't condensed its soul. Just right, Ling Xiao said with a happy smile. This was the same spirit grass that had just escaped. It was the same silver whirling sea vine. This one was just a seedling, and it couldn't be compared with the mature silver whirling sea vine. But this one was easier to capture, and also easier to cultivate. In the future, it could become a great help. Ling Xiao really didn't think that there would be 2 silver whirling sea vines in the same place. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know that the silver whirling sea vine that had just escaped came from the depths of the sea, and it didn't grow here. Now this one was the spirit grass that was growing in this place, and the other high-level silver whirling sea vine wanted to devour this seedling before it grew up, so that it could help it to advance to the next level. But it didn't expect that it would bring Luo Meiying here, and Luo Meiying just happened to break through, and stopped it from devouring the seedling. It could be said that this seedling had received Luo Meiying's care, and it was destined to belong to Luo Meiying as a treasure. What spirit grass is this to make you so excited? But I feel that it gives me a feeling of familiarity. Luo Meiying looked at the silver whirling sea vine in Ling Xiao's hand and asked, "Haha, this is the best gift that the heavens have given you." Ling Xiao laughed, and then put away the silver whirling sea vine and the water-concealing pearl. Then he said, "Let's leave this place first and then I'll slowly explain to you." Immediately after, the 2 of them rode the blue dragon and began to soar above the sea. Ling Xiao was worried about the whereabouts of the Yin Lotus, so he immediately had the blue dragon start to search for the aura of humans. The blue dragon was a water-type spirit beast, and this sea was definitely a holy land for it. With it carrying Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying, it was much faster than the ship. At the same time, they also had a group of little brothers, the blue water crocodiles, following behind them. In order to find people as soon as possible, Ling Xiao had no choice but to have these nearly 100 blue water crocodiles follow them. They were all spirit beasts of the sea, and they were more familiar with this place than anyone else, so it was much easier for them to find people. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Ling Xiao also explained the benefits of the silver whirling sea vine to Luo Meiying. "You're saying that I can place it in my knowledge sea, and if it continues to grow, it can be used by me?" Luo Meiying asked in confusion. She really couldn't understand why she was raising such a small spirit grass. Why didn't she just absorb it? Wouldn't that be more practical? Yes, don't look down on it. When it grows up and has a soul, you can use it to fight and create natural disasters like tsunamis. At the same time, you can use its spiral energy to increase your combat power. Ling Xiao replied. "So it can be done like this? Then how should I cultivate it?" Luo Meiying asked. "This is very simple. You can usually feed it with water, and when you have nothing to do, use your spiritual force to communicate with it. When you can sense each other, you can absorb it into your knowledge sea. Of course, you also need to give it some water attribute energy to absorb, so it can grow and advance," Ling Xiao said. With Ling Xiao's explanation, Luo Meiying understood the benefits of this silver whirling sea vine, and became even more excited. She immediately asked Ling Xiao for it, filled a container with water, and placed it in her space ring. Above the sea, the blue true dragon writhed about, sometimes soaring into the air, sometimes diving down into the sea, stirring up thousands of waves. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying, who were sitting on its back, were protected by their light shields and were not disturbed at all. Behind it, its little brothers had just dispersed to search for the aura of humans. Now that they had come to the depths of the sea, those who dared to come here were all cultivators above the Empyrean rank. No one below the Empyrean rank dared to set foot here. Here, there were often 6th order and 7th order spirit beasts appearing, which would be very troublesome once they encountered them. The spirit beasts that originally lived here had already fled far away, when they felt the aura of the blue true dragon. Did those guys really lie to me? That shouldn't be the case. Ling Xiao frowned and murmured. Ho Ming and the others were not very strong. If they dared to deceive Ling Xiao into going out to sea, they must have some ulterior motive, so there should be some masters coming to pick them up. But over the past 2 days, Ling Xiao had traveled a lot of sea areas and encountered a lot of people along the way. But none of them had the insignia of the Iron Water Mercenary Group, nor did they have any particularly frightening auras. He was sure that these people had nothing to do with Ho Ming and the others. Did I go in the wrong direction? Ling Xiao thought again. In this vast sea area, there was no distinction between north, south, east, and west, and since Ling Xiao had no destination to search for, it was not unusual for him to go in the wrong direction. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, and had to change his direction to continue searching. In the southeast direction of Ling Xiao's position, there was an isolated island. This isolated island was very strange. All of its rocks were crimson in color, and the weeds that grew on it were also crimson in color. Hence it was named Red Rock Island. Although Red Rock Island was an isolated island, many mercenaries who had gone out to sea knew of its existence. Many mercenaries would rest on Red Rock Island when they came to this area, and at the same time, they would not go deeper into the sea. This Red Rock Island was the sign of entering the deep sea area. If they went further, even if they were at the Mystic the Arch rank, they would not be able to return. Therefore, when many mercenaries came here, it was often time for them to return. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.